He's getting on. Yeah, he's getting on. Yeah, we do. We got some time. I'm going to go ahead and go. Good evening. Good afternoon, evening. Welcome to the Tuesday, March 21st Lawrence City Commission meeting. We will start with having Sherry go over a few instructions before we get going into the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. If you are attending this meeting via Zoom, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. When you are participating, please unmute and turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to the meeting host.
Sherry, wait a second here. Kurt, they can't hear out in the hallway or out in the foyer.
Try again. Maybe talk again to see.
Can you hear now?
I'm just going to start where I was, Mayor, because
Okay, yeah.
all related.
So we can hear now? We're good? Okay.
I'm going to start where I was since all
Okay.
of that was related to the folks on Zoom. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, those attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. The podium can be raised and lowered. Those participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Participants will be called upon in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Again, please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. We'll start with the approval of the agenda. Item A, the City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda that any commissioner would like to see? Nope. If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. We'll move on to our recognition and proclamations. We've got 3 proclamations tonight, and we are going to start with the proclamation for the Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month. And Professor Margaret Bayer, is that correct? Is here to speak.
Thank you very much. So I'm representing the Math Department, faculty, students, and staff who are all involved in this. Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month has evolved originally as Mathematics Awareness Week in 1986, and it started at KU even before that in 1984. It is a time to increase the understanding and appreciation of mathematics and statistics. We hope to convey to all, but especially to children, that mathematics is interesting, fascinating, even magical, and sometimes mysterious. Follow Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month on Facebook and Twitter, where you will find news, history, puzzles, and problems. The KU Math Department is sponsoring these activities. We have a KU student math competition on March 31st, a mathematics and statistics competition for 3rd through 12th graders on Saturday, April 2nd from 2 to 3:30 in Snow Hall at KU. I understand that even a first grader is planning on participating in that.
That's great.
The Russell Brott undergraduate colloquium on April 13th will be given by one of our own alums, Andrew Parker. And we also have workshops for 5th graders on April 12th and 19th. Mathematics and statistics are of increasing importance in all walks of life, and we want to expose young people to the value and joy of mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'll read the proclamation now. Whereas mathematics is the foundation of discipline for science and technology, and mathematical reasoning, analysis, and problem solving are increasingly vital in preparing our youth to lead productive and responsible lives. Whereas mathematics is a living and growing discipline, continually being created and discovered. The power of mathematics is revealed in the richness and beauty of its intellectual structure and the diversity of its applications to almost every field of human endeavor. And whereas the beauty, the challenge, and excitement of mathematics and its potential to enrich individual lives require that through mathematics education, we make its opportunities available to all of our citizens. And whereas the Joint Policy Board of Mathematics, a joint venture of the American Mathematical Society, the Mathematical Association of America, and the Society for Industrial and Applied Mathematics, was established to articulate and advocate sound public policy concerning the mathematical sciences and the field's ability to contribute to the public welfare. And whereas the Department of Mathematics of the University of Kansas is dedicated to the creation, the application, and teaching of mathematics and to serving the mathematical needs of the community. Now, therefore, I, Lisa Larson, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month, to be observed in schools in the City of Lawrence in recognition of the importance of mathematics and mathematics education. Thank you. So our second proclamation is for the 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church 160th Anniversary Celebration Weekend. We've got Pastor Eric Galbraith, is that correct, to come speak?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Galbraith. I'm the pastor of 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, and Sunday we'll be celebrating our 160th anniversary for our church, and we're just grateful for how God has shown favor on our church the past 160 years to be able to be a beacon of light and to serve the community of Lawrence, and we pray that He grant us 160 more years to be able to serve the community. And if there's any other ways that we could serve and be a blessing to the community, please feel free to let us know how we can be a blessing to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation now. Whereas the 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, called 9th Street, 847 Ohio, in Lawrence, Kansas, was established in 1863 by the New England Immigrant Aid Society under the direction of Father Bateman as Secondary Missionary Baptist Church. And whereas prior to being named 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, the church was known as the Warren Street Baptist Church. And whereas the members of the early 9th Street congregation were actively engaged as part of its ministry in the New England Immigrant Aid Society's Free State movement, and whereas 160 years later, 9th Street and the members of the congregation continue to be actively engaged in ministry aimed at serving Lawrence and surrounding communities by contributing to the spiritual, cultural, and financial growth of residents in the area. Whereas 9th Street Ministries regularly engage in charitable outreach activities by assisting with housing, clothing, food, and other necessities meeting the needs of our community. And whereas 9th Street's mission is to strive to be a healthy congregation of called out, fully committed Christians transforming the world for Christ. And whereas March 24th through the 26th of 2023, 9th Street will celebrate its 160th anniversary and the significance of its rich history over the years to the Lawrence community, including the Free State movement. So therefore, I, Lisa Larson, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim March 24th through the 26th of 2023 as 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church 160th Anniversary Celebration Weekend, and extend best wishes and continued success to Pastor Eric Galbraith and the members of the 9th Street Baptist Church. Thank you very much. All right, we have one more, which is the MSO Accreditation Award Day. We've got Mr. Joe Johnson. We've got actually Melissa, Joe Johnson. We got a few folks.
Good evening, Mayor Larson's commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to help celebrate the work that your Municipal Service and Operations Department has gone through to be an accredited agency. It's really special for me City of Lawrence was the first city I started working for when I was getting my degree at KU back in 1985. So it's really nice to be here to be able to celebrate with the city and the department their accomplishments on this accreditation, especially under the leadership of Melissa Sieben and then Jenny O'Brien, who kind of got everybody together and then included all their staff to spend 3.5 years, maybe a little more, to put everything together to be where we're at tonight. So it's a lot of hard work, and congratulations to your entire department. Accredited agencies have made the commitment to continuous improvements in the delivery of public works operations and services in the community they serve, and have achieved a high level of professionalism and credibility, and I'm sure you can see that within your department. I get the honor to travel through my region. I'm on the National Board of APWA, and I represent Region 6, which is kind of seven of the Midwest states and includes Manitoba, Canada. So one of my privileges is to travel to the different chapters and participate in their council meetings where cities have been accredited agencies. And this is really special because this is your first accreditation for your department here. And to go through it the first time takes a lot of commitment. And your reaccreditation still are a challenge, but the initial one is a lot of determination and just a lot of hard work to get to where we're at today. For your agency to be accredited, it had to go through a review of 469 practices. And I was going back trying to look. That's one of the highest number of practices I've seen an agency have to go through to be accredited. And within your municipal and operations services, you cover a lot of ground between transportations, water, wastewater, solid waste. So there's a lot of practices that have to be reviewed and procedures that have to be reviewed. So that in itself is a milestone. What was really neat is that 3 of the practices were recognized as outstanding contributions. And what that means is that APWA will take these model practices and make them available to other cities going through accreditation. So they kind of set the high bar and use this as a guidance for other cities to use in these areas. And the 3 areas that were recognized was organizational and strategic planning and policy procedures. So just the paperwork and how they defined and how they codified that was one of them. Safety hazard material. So what we really neat about that, it's a mobile device that your field personnel can access safety material data. So they don't have to come back to the office. And if they're out in the field and they see something, they have the ability with their mobile devices to be able to look that up. And then the third one was street maintenance, operation, and maintenance coordination. And just the ability for that team to work together day in and day out to provide the services for the city. So on behalf of myself, the Board of Directors, the American Public Works Association, it's my pleasure to award this accreditation plaque in recognition of the hard work and dedication of these public works professionals. Congratulations on a job well done, and thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for your leadership and commitment to allow the department to go through this process to become an accredited agency. It's something that you can hang your hat on, and it's well recognized within APWA across the nation. So thank you both for your dedication and your department and your staff, and thank you for your dedication to allow them to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Joe. So we'll go ahead and read the proclamation now. This is a great honor for our staff and for the City of Lawrence. Whereas national accreditation through the American Public Works Association establishes that a public agency has demonstrated a high level of professionalism by showing compliance with national standard of best management practices, and whereas the City of Lawrence Municipal Services and Operations Department has fulfilled the compliance requirements for 33 chapters and 458 management practices, of which 3 practices were selected by the APWA as model practices for other agencies to follow. And whereas MSO staff have worked tirelessly over the past 3 years to improve processes, write policies and procedures, organize data and records, assemble documents, and write narratives, and whereas APWA accreditation is a process of continuous improvement demonstrated by the reaccreditation every 4 years, and whereas Mr. Joe Johnson, APWA's Director for Region 4, will today award MSO the status of APW accredited agency, one of only 7 accredited agencies in Kansas and 180 APWA accredited agencies across the United States and Canada. Now therefore, I, Lisa Larson, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby claim March 21st, 2023 as Municipal Services and Operations APWA Accreditation Award Day. I encourage residents of City of Lawrence to learn more about the valuable services our MSO employees deliver every day, and to thank them for their dedication to the City of Lawrence. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we'll let folks get out the door there. Okay, we're on to item B, C, which is public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Again, this is general public comment, not related to what we're going to discuss later on the agenda.
My name is Michael, Lawrence Accountability. You can find me online at Facebook and YouTube. There was a homeless man that came in here in November and made an appeal to the city commission about a jaywalking ticket that he had received. I don't know how many people in this room are aware, but in Lawrence, we really don't get jaywalking tickets anymore. Matter of fact, after I heard that, I went outside with him and talked to him, found out some more details, and I submitted an open record request to the city. Found out that his was the only jaywalking ticket issued in 2022. I submitted a complaint to the police department about it, alleging bias. Our police department did not respond to that complaint. They have not responded or tried to do anything as far as we know, because the chief of police came into the last police review board meeting. When police review board members asked to review the case file, he said there is no case file. That means nothing happened. So I submitted a complaint on the chief of police because policy dictates that he has to investigate. His department has to do that. Policy dictates that he has to respond to the complainant. He chose not to do that because he doesn't like what I do. And I'm fine that he doesn't like what I do. But he cannot barter out his services that he gets paid city dollars for to those he does and does not like. That's not the way this works. Growing a little more frustrated with the fact that I still, even after the review board directed him to respond to the complainant, the chief still refuses to do that. This has become an ego issue for him. He has too big of an ego to step back and realize he's made a mistake and correct it. I submitted another open record request to find out how many jaywalking tickets were issued by this city between January 2017 and December 2021. There's quite a few, but it's interesting. The last one that was issued was in September of 2020. That means the only jaywalking ticket issued in more than 2 years was to a homeless man who couldn't afford to pay, who came to this commission and asked for help, who a bias complaint was submitted on behalf of, which the police department have ignored. Failure in leadership. And Craig, he works for you. And you were included on these emails.
Michael, direct the commission. You're here to direct the commission.
This is the man that runs the city.
Michael, you're out of order.
This is the man that runs the city.
You're out of order.
I'm talking to you right now. How can I be out of order when I'm talking to you? This is the man that runs...
You need to address the city commission.
Stop telling me I'm out of order when I'm talking to you. This is the man that runs the city.
Okay, time.
And it's a failure in leadership.
Okay, other general public comment?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I support the public speaker before me, and I think we should be allowed to address the city manager, because I think he's gonna get flack for stuff you do. I think it's kind of BS. We're not allowed to address him, but I want to talk about, I've asked you before that we should decriminalize fentanyl strips, the test strips. I read in the paper that the Republic, like they had something, they were going to legalize fentanyl strips, I guess, but Republicans have taken it out. So I think it's time for Lawrence to look at decriminalizing fentanyl strips. And we talk about, you know, when it comes to abortion, we talk about the importance of body control and control of our health. Like, what about people that have chronic pain? Like, doctors aren't allowed to prescribe them, you know, like the pain meds they need. So sometimes they have to go out onto the black market to get pain meds because they're not getting the doctors to prescribe them because the government's decided that it needs to control people's health. So I think it's time for us to decriminalize fentanyl strips. And if we're going to look at decriminalize fentanyl strips, why not look at decriminalizing magic mushrooms? It's about time. There are health benefits to magic mushrooms. It makes people happy. I don't know if I should say this, but I recently started tripping again a couple months ago, and I hadn't done it in like over a decade. And when I would look back at that time in my life, I was like, oh, that was one of the greatest years of my life. And I thought, well, it's because I was having fun tripping, but my happiness level has gone up since I started tripping again. And I honestly, like when I read about it, it's like the opposite of a hangover. Like the next day, I'm in a good mood. I feel great. And I have not drank, I've only drank once in the past couple of months. And like the mushrooms are so much better than the alcohol. So I'm just asking that maybe we should start looking at decriminalizing some of this stuff that's helping people. Thank you.
Other general public comment from the audience? Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Rachel Schwaller, and I've lived in Lawrence for 12 years. So I'm speaking today in response to this week's cold snap and the way that it affected the emergency shelter campground up in North Lawrence. Right now, the Lawrence shelter functions on a nightly emergency shelter model, which I'm sure many of you know, which means that it has beds for 100 people, but only 25 of those people or families are able to receive active case study people with them to help them and give them services. One of the things that experts in houselessness issues in places like Lawrence have already stated, and I'm standing up here to try and state it again, is that there is a simple solution and something that can be done very simply, and that is the construction of a day center. So right now, LCS basically functions as a night center, which is great, and I really appreciate you all doing that. Going up to 100 beds was really necessary, so I think that that was a great move. But a day center is needed up in North Lawrence, and in that way, it not only provides for basic needs, but it also provides for an access point, lower level case management support, and higher level case management support. All four are needed. This was not something I was aware of. I had to do the research for it, right? But all four are needed in order to actively transition people out of houselessness, rather than just leaving them in temporary shelters. And the pallet housing that's coming is not housing, it's a shelter, right? And considering where it may be put, which is something that is going to be discussed later, and you'll hear from a lot more people with kids, it's important that this is not just a place for people to shelter temporarily, but actively moves them. In terms of money, the community already has the money to do this and to do it actually relatively quickly. The continuum of care and emergency solution grants, which are available through HUD, have already been approved for 2023. And more than this, the city has allocated $4.2 million for the pallet housing, which is awesome. Thank you for that. With ARPA funds, and some of that can be used to make a comprehensive daycare center. And that is needed not just at the temporary campsite right now, but it will also be needed at the pallet housing area as well. And so right now we can, you can begin to make connections with various support services like the DCCA, Heartland Health, and others to actually make sure that there are case managers there on site during the day, and we can contract with them so that they are contractually obligated to be there. Unlike sometimes, service workers that are just sort of in and out and in and out. I really encourage you to take up this
Time.
option. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general public comment from the audience?
From the public, Madam Mayor.
Mute, please.
Hi, I'm Emily. I have lived here in Lawrence for about 15 years, and I brought my whole crew back here. Just to echo what Rachel's said, really encouraged by some of the talks around the pallet housing, but really vital to have that day service support. We've talked a lot in our family about the needs that the city has around our houseless population, and want to back up Rachel's comments around the day service needs. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Emily.
Nancy Snow, member of the public. Since moving to Lawrence in August 2022, I've become increasingly aware of various issues facing the city and of the apparent inability of the mayor and city commissioners effectively to address them. Having viewed videos of past commission meetings, I know that some of these problems aren't new. Their persistence is cause for concern. Efforts to alleviate the plight of the unhoused population in Lawrence have been woefully inadequate. Selective policing has resulted in one unhoused individual, Mr. James Richards, being ticketed to the tune of $143 for jaywalking, the only citation in 2.5 years. Michael mentioned that earlier. Madam Mayor, as I understand it, you can pardon that. The city also lost James's belongings when he left his possessions at the emergency winter shelter storage unit. Yesterday, James told another citizen advocate for the unhoused that the police now regularly follow him. Another unhoused individual, Mr. Clint Lessig, who couldn't produce an ID, was put in jail, pled guilty on the advice of the single lawyer in the jail, then fined somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,000. Of course, being without an address, he could not have an ID. All of this is punitive. In addition, there has been tremendous grief over the planned closure of several public schools. More recently, residents of the Pinckney area were not advised of the city's plans to place a pallet shelter in their neighborhood. City officials have told advocates for the unhoused that they are doing the best they can, better than many other locations in Kansas, and perhaps that's true. The city's repeated errors, however, lead me to think that perhaps a different approach is needed. Instead of airing our grievances for 3 minutes at commission meetings, maybe we should file lawsuits or begin recall petitions against the mayor and commissioners to get them out of office in order to elect individuals who are more capable of dealing with these issues. My preferred solution is for citizens to consider other models of citizen governance, one that would be more transparent in decision-making, communicate more openly with residents, collaborate with those seeking change, and in general, be more responsive to citizens' concerns than the present approach. 3 minutes to express views at meetings are simply not enough. A more open and democratic governance model is needed. Thank you.
Other general public comment? Not, we'll go to the Zoom.
Kevin Elliott.
Apparently my video stopped, so I'll just have to go without video. Apologize. I'm going to take the first 15 seconds to speak off my topic. I want to say cheers for mathematics and statistics, an essential function of our community. God bless the 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, who are angels in our community, and cheers to the municipal service and operations, who are unsung heroes of our community. I appreciate all of them. I'm here today. My name is Kevin Elliott, and I was born and raised in Lawrence. I'm a proud, queer, Latino man and a community organizer. I met with several concerned citizens and unhoused people in regards to the national epidemic of homelessness and the status of homeless people in the Lawrence community. We wanted to meet with each other to lift one another up and come together on a plan on how we would like to see the community react to homelessness and unhoused services in our local governments and other entities. We were a bit surprised by the points put together by the commission. We were appreciative that the representatives of our commission were reactive and proactive to the attempts to address homelessness in our community, but we were deeply distressed by some of their points. I don't want to go through every point, but ones I do stress are regards to best practices. While we appreciate there are services available, we are disappointed that there was little to no input from the unhoused people involved in creating those services. Authorizing the Lawrence Community Shelter to increase capacity, while we appreciate the metric is an important outcome, is not best practice when doing so comes at the expense of day services as those services are crucial to ending homelessness for individuals. Burt Nash cannot continue to be the sole provider. They receive over $650,000 per year, plus significant Medicaid billing, and there needs to be more diversity and representation of providers. I realize the city is very good at checking boxes and making sure they are getting community input, but community input, both housed and unhoused, should be the main priority in this effort. Where I'm disappointed in our commissioners and our mayor is that this is the time where they should have been initially including the housed and unhoused neighborhoods in the communication. First, I understand that there is additional work that has to be done, but it shouldn't be at the tail end or middle pieces of this process. I think it speaks to the providers' checkboxes that our local elected officials eventually included the neighborhoods and people who are unhoused, but your efforts to include the community don't seem intentional and lack sincerity. I would like to let the commission to think a little bit more about this. There are other parts that I have brought up as next steps. You have those in writing. It appears that the commission is rushing to get something on the books to show that its agencies and elected officials are doing something, but that could be just as detrimental as not doing something. At no point has the community or the unhoused been engaged in drafting plans. I'm sure you don't mean ill will, but I hope you will reconsider the next steps in the process.
Time.
Thank you, Kevin.
Jeremy Rothkashow.
Thank you. I want to address what happened at last week's meeting. I concur with a lot of what has been said by members of the public in the public assembly in front of you before you went to the public assembly here on Zoom. Mayor, you kicked me out of last week's meeting for properly interjecting in terms of your out of order disrespect of we, the people, the members of the public, the members of the assembly here to petition our government, sometimes for redress of grievance under protection of the First Amendment of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. If you don't get out of order, I won't need to get out of order. And I would appreciate the help of fellow commissioners to make sure that order is maintained in terms of general respect for the nature of this meeting, in terms of we the people being the ones who elect you, and hopefully we would be considered your constituency. Secondly, I want to address the fact that we still do not have any insight into the questions of basic oversight into our peace officers, which we know as the Lawrence Police Department. And I still don't know where we sit in terms of an Israeli military intelligence, artificial intelligence, video intelligence brief cam software being contracted by our police department. Luckily, the school district has years ago transferred to a domestic contractor for questions of video information. We need questions on this. This brief cam software has been deployed in occupied East Jerusalem under the surveillance of a authoritarian ethnic cleansing regime in Tel Aviv. But thirdly, in terms of what happened last week in relationship to we the people and our relationship to our natural inheritance of land. There were some little bits of eruptions from Commissioner Shipley and even Mayor Larson in terms of questions about why it is that such a vastly endowed organization such as the KU Endowment and this crossing development should have such an access to public funding, basically vampirizing decades and decades of public investment in land. We need to look at land value tax, Henry George, progress and poverty, really crucial indigenous American thought in terms of where value stands. And then finally, the question of this Northwest Lawrence development, the newest Fritzl grift op. I would note that not one single commissioner raised the point that members of the public who are neighbors of that potential development said that the potential seller, developer of land had lied to their face about the development of that land. We know that this same felon developer grifted the city for millions of dollars.
Any other public comment on the on Zoom?
Jonathan.
Agenda motion and approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any commissioners that would like to pull an item off of the consent agenda? I'm going to pull D7C for voting purposes only. Any members of the audience want to pull something off of the consent agenda?
D7A.
Anybody on Zoom?
Can I pull D1A?
What was that, B?
D as in dog, the city commission meetings with meeting minutes.
Is that it? Anybody on Zoom?
No one has indicated on
Okay.
Zoom there that they have
Bring it up.
anything to pull.
Back up here for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda with the exception of D1A, D7A, and D7C.
All right. I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. So we'll start with D1A.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I'll try to be quick. I pulled this because we've talked about meeting the minutes before, and then I thought it was we need to, like, if it's an action, we should be reporting it or something. But I was just thinking, how come it's not in there that the mayor kicked out Jeremy last week? If a mayor kick someone out of the meeting, like a member of the public, shouldn't that be noted? And I say that because in the notes, it's mentioned that Commissioner Sellers joined the meeting at 5:58. So if we're putting in if a commissioner joins late, why can't we put in if a member of the public's kicked out early? Thank you.
All right. Bring it back up here. Any questions? If not, we'll open it for public comment.
As the person who gets kicked out of these meetings the most for being out of order, when you don't refer to us as the public, you call us the audience, I second that motion. And furthermore, your minutes actually need to include references to what actually happens. I think Jeremy quoted Robert's rules a couple weeks ago in counter to what Amber had said about that it's more important to get the actual legislative items that you've actually done. In Robert's rules, it actually states it's more important to know what was said and what was done. Not just what was done, what was said.
Any other public comment on this item? Okay, on Zoom.
Jeremy Rothkashel.
I concur with what has been immediately previously said in terms of the nature of kicking a member of the public out should be demarcated in writing for potential research, journalistic, public interest purposes, especially since the mayor did not give any warning of ejection, said that there was warning of cutting me off. Fair enough, but then to be ejected without warning is a trespass without warning. I think that is a violation of public property. This just goes to reemphasize how important it is that we return to the traditional form of public interest-oriented minutes in terms of the way that we actually have a full record in relationship to our public minutes. It is clear in terms of the history of the way that Robert's Rules of Orders has been used in terms of publicly published and public meetings in relationship to public institutions, such as a city commission, that just as Michael said previously, that about controversial matters of action before action is taken is most crucial in terms of public deliberation. We have a deliberative democracy. We need to deliberate. That means that we check in with each other, you as commissioners, you with the public, we as the public to you as the commissioners, and then we create what I would call the real AI, an assembled intelligence, a synergistic version of what our best reasoning and wisdom and coherent thought is in the moment. So we need to return to what we had in this city in terms of actually comprehensive, searchable minutes that were unbiased in terms of how they were presented, but that actually represent how both commissioners and members of the interested public who speak actually deliberate in terms of these really important matters. So I just want to urge the commission to return to that much more traditional American idea of focusing on what was said about matters of public interest before action was taken. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment from Zoom?
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Back up here. Is this just a receiving?
They're the commission minutes, but you'll
proving.
need to make a motion.
Any discussion?
I move to approve the 3/16/23 City Commission meeting minutes.
Second.
Did you say 316 or 314?
Oh, it says,
Want to amend your motion?
there's a typo there.
Okay.
One says 316, the other says 314, but it's supposed to be 314.
Okay.
314 City Commission minutes.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We will move on to D7A, which is considered adopting of second and final reading ordinance number 9969, adopting the TIF Project Area Plan 1.
I stayed away from the meeting last week because my neighbors were in here, and I didn't want you to poison them by association with me like you guys do. But I want to put a few things on the record before you do the final passage on this, which you're going to do. But not too long ago, KU decided they were going to sell some land to Evergy. There's a power substation just north of this subdivision. It already exists there. It would have been more feasible to put the additional power units there, even by Evergy's own words, in this room. KU refused to sell any other land other than that spot that was over off Castle. That's one. Commissioners in here, I believe, actually maybe it was in a planning meeting, but I heard people in power in this city talking about they wish KU would be a better civic partner. But you're going to acquiesce. You're going to acquiesce to their development. They are the single wealthiest whatever in this town, period. And I would bet the county as well. The single wealthiest, KU endowment, KU alumni, they have more money than God. But we're going to give them more. And you're going to raise taxes on people that are going to shop there. Not only that, but you're putting in more commercial stuff when we have vacant commercial all over this town. We have vacant commercial downtown. We have vacant commercial on the south end of town. We have vacant commercial on the west end of town. And we have vacant commercial on the east end of town. But you guys just keep adding more. You keep talking about infill. When are you going to do infill with commercial properties?
Okay, bring it back up here. Any questions? If not, I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back up here. Any discussion?
I did want to point out that I voted against one but not the other, so if we could vote separately, I would be grateful.
Can we do that, Sherry? Is that good?
Yes.
We can start off with the Project Area 1 plan. Is that, start off with that one?
Move to approve on second and final reading ordinance number 9969, adopting the TIF Project Area 1 plan.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Our second part of that?
Approve on second and final reading ordinance number 9968, creating the Community Improvement District for the Crossing Project and authorizing the levy of an additional 1.5% sales tax on property owned by the developer within the district.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Item D7C, I pulled it just for voting purposes because I did vote against that last week. So I'm going to just say, consider adopting on second and final reading ordinance number 9972 to annex A 2200403, approximately 143.41 acres located in the southeast corner of SLT in US 59. Any questions from the commission? If not, I'll open it up for public comment. From the audience, anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back up here.
Not the audience.
I move and adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 9972.
Second.
I got a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2. So that is all of our consent items. We'll move on to regular agenda items. So I just want to ask the commission, on the first three items, those are essentially covering the same subject. And so we'd like to hear all the staff reports on those at one time. And then we will open it up for public comment on any of those items. Is the commission okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead.
So one set of public comments for all, and then we'll just take the three, you'll determine the three actions after.
Right, we'll do the three actions separately.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Mayor.
Good evening, Tony Wheeler, City Attorney. I'm going to present the first item, which is the
real estate contract for the purchase of approximately 3.5 acres located at 256 North Michigan Street. This real estate contract provides for the city to purchase that property for the total sum of $725,000. That does include the land and all building and improvements thereon. The city will make a has made a $10,000 earnest money deposit that will be held in escrow. However, the sale is contingent upon the governing body's approval of the contract and authorization for staff to proceed with the acquisition. If the governing body does not approve the contract, then the contract is deemed terminated and the earnest money will be refunded to the city. We do have a due diligence period to perform inspections at the city's expense, and closing is expected to occur within 30 days following the execution of the contract, unless the parties agree to an earlier or later date. The contract does contain a number of other standard real estate provisions, but that is the primary ones. So with that, I'd stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Tony? None? Okay. We will go on to the second item, which is receive a presentation from Pallet Shelter and consider waiving the bid requirements and authorizing the city manager to execute the purchasing contract with Pallet Shelter for the Shelter Village project.
Good evening, Mayor Commissioners. My name is Danny Walters, and I am not able to share my picture for some reason. It says the host has stopped me from enabling video.
Danny, you might try now.
It is still not working for me. I'll keep working on it, but I can go on. So, it's okay. On behalf of the housing initiatives, planning and development, there we go. I need to bring this. I'm going to share my screen and just show kind of a conceptual everyone of the Palette Village, just as I kind of introduce this. Is it okay?
It should be now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I assume everyone can see that okay. We have brought tonight representatives from Palette to present to you about their product, their vision, and their villages. They will run through a PowerPoint that will hopefully answer some of the questions that folks have about the model and the project, and give both the commission and the community some insight into their operations and why they are one of the leading companies in the space of rapid sheltering responses. One thing I would like to mention is that there has been many questions surrounding what an operational plan looks like for this project. I can speak to that just a little bit here, in that kind of what we are doing tonight is just the first step in that. We're working with Palette and their network of providers who are operating these villages and just looking at what their best practices are. And we'll be putting together an RFP for an operator for this site. And city staff will work with that operator on the creation of policies and procedures for the management of the village. This process will also be one where we can obtain, and we will obtain, input from key stakeholders on the policies and procedures for this project. The action on this item tonight would be to authorize, if appropriate, the waiver of the bid requirements for this project, and to authorize the city manager to execute the contract for the purchase, delivery, and installation of the pallet cabinet units. If there are no further questions for staff at this time, I will turn the presentation over to Benjamin Simons from Palette, who will talk about their company and their product. And I'll stop sharing, and Casey, if you could allow Ben to share his screen.
He should be able to.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
No.
Was that a no?
Can you speak louder?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay.
Okay. So if everyone can, sorry about that. One should be able to see my screen here now. Good to meet everyone. Thank you very much for having me today. My name is Ben Simons. I am the manager of community development here at Palette. So a little bit of a background about our company. We're based in Everett, Washington, just north of Seattle. We've been around for about 6 years now, and we have successfully built more than 100 shelter communities across the nation with more than 4,000 shelter beds, offices, shower units, bathroom units, laundry, and community spaces. Every single one of our shelter communities is managed by a local third-party professional service provider. So they are not encampments. They are very much communities that are designed to provide people with a safe space to get off the streets, stabilize, and access really important vital services while more permanent housing is constructed, so that as that housing becomes available, folks can successfully transition into that housing. Palette communities not only have a very high rate of success when it comes to people accepting this form of shelter. So we see upwards of about 95% of individuals who are offered a space in a Palette community will accept that shelter. And we see an average of about 50% of people successfully transitioning into housing out of these individual shelter communities. So those are two very important metrics of success. And really the basis of that success comes mostly from our employee base. As I said, about 6 years ago, Palette was founded. A couple, Amy and Brady King, who are developers in the Seattle area, They were actually designing a rapid shelter to respond to Hurricane Katrina at the time. But they hired and employed predominantly people that have lived experience in homelessness. And those folks said, hey, if I had to have an individual shelter like this when I was unsheltered, it would have really helped me realize and make this transition into housing and employment much, much faster. So fast forward today, we're a public benefit company. More than half of our employees here at Pallet have lived experience in homelessness. So everything that we do in regards to our product and in regards to how we recommend people manage these communities comes from their expertise. And it's led us to this place where we believe we have a vision of a world where no one goes unsheltered. And we're trying to achieve that vision by building these people-first restorative communities. So getting more into the specifics of what that actually means, what does a pallet community mean? The most important part of this is that people have the dignity of a private space. In our congregate shelters across the country today, people don't have their private space. People cannot bring many of their belongings to the shelter. They can't bring their pets. They're often separated from family, from their partners. Many times people are only able to stay the night and then have to leave during the day, making it very difficult to decide what do you bring in, what do you leave out, where do you have to stay in order to be there at the right time to get a bed. A lot of really questions for relation to when they're thinking about trying to get off the streets. The main difference between that and a pallet community is that people have their private space and they have access to their own shelter for the amount of time that they're going to be living in that community. They have a locking door. They have a place to store their belongings during the day when they're out applying for jobs or at work. And they have a place to come in at night and lock themselves in so they can actually get a good night's sleep so that the next day they're ready to go out into the world and figure out that next step. Over the last 6 years, as I mentioned, we've built more than 100 communities across the nation. And in partnership with the 70 unique service providers that manage those communities, we have developed what we call dignity standards. And this is not to try and manage what the city does and how they use our product. Really, this is designed to help cities be successful in creating a community that is safe, not only for the residents of that community, but community members in the area, and is successful at helping people get into permanent housing. So if you think about these first four, hygiene facilities, meals, transportation, and safety, all being absolutely vital to creating a dignified environment for people, creating a safe environment for people where they can succeed and thrive. And then that last requirement, supportive services, without those first four, without a safe space, people really will struggle to benefit from the services that are being provided, no matter their quality. So the purpose of those services at its most basic is to help people get into housing. It's really important that everyone realizes that this is not designed to replace housing. This is designed to help people successfully transition into that housing as it becomes available. So that's a little bit about Pallet, our company, and our model. Of course, we are a manufacturer. So to dive quickly into a couple of the products that we manufacture today, this is the Shelter 64. It's 64 square feet. This is the base model that an individual would live in the community. It can sleep up to 2 people in case you have a couple living in here. Typically, we do see this as single occupancy. This structure can be assembled by one of our deployment teams in about 45 minutes to an hour. And it requires relatively flat ground, an electrical connection, and anchoring to meet your local wind requirements. As you can see, this is nothing like a permanent home or an apartment. Materials are completely different. These are all inorganic, mold, mildew, rot-resistant materials. It's constructed much faster. The infrastructure requirements are completely different, but it does have all the safety equipment and safety safety classifications and characteristics that you would see in a normal home. For instance, a wall-mounted fire extinguisher, an emergency egress door, a hardwired CO smoke detector, a Class C interior surface fire rating on all the walls, openable, lockable windows with screens, and of course, a lockable door that people can use to lock their belongings in and lock themselves in at night. Also very important for the Kansas climate, of course, is climate control. So all of our shelter communities come with climate control that's appropriate, climate control and insulation, that's appropriate for the region. So your shelters will actually have significantly more insulation than the picture you can see here. The R value will be 7.5. And the heaters in the structures will be capable of keeping the structure 60 degrees warmer than the outside temperature in the wintertime. And in the summertime, you'll have a 5,000 BTU AC unit, which is the same ones we use all over the country, including in Southern California, Arkansas, some really, really hot places. So no issue whatsoever keeping these structures cool. The city is also hoping to purchase a couple of these office units. These are 100 square feet. The concept behind these structures is exactly the same as the 64. They're just bigger, same materials, same kind of infrastructure requirements. As I mentioned, every single pallet community is managed by a third-party service provider. So this is a really important place for them to have office space, for your safety personnel to have office space, for case managers to meet independently with residents. So really, this is not just about the 64 square foot individual units. It's also about providing a space for that important work to happen. Same exact safety features in this structure. In case the city does ever end up wanting to use these for sleeping units, you can actually sleep up to 4 people in each of these, so 2 bunks on each side. Right now, the city is not planning on purchasing our auxiliary structures, but we do also manufacture 2 styles of bathroom units, so the standard unit and an accessible bathroom unit. We manufacture a community structure, 400 square feet and 800 square feet, but again, city's not planning on purchasing these right now. I believe there's a plan for an alternative to these structures, and then we also manufacture a laundry unit with 4 washers and 4 dryers. So that is kind of a quick summary of the products we manufacture. Pushing right on through here, I have a couple pictures showing what some typical site preparation might look like. Some really simple 2x4 frames to get the ground leveled out if you're going to be on an asphalt or a concrete surface. On the top left here, you can see what these shelters look like when they're delivered on site. And you can get an idea of what some electrical connections look like, some anchoring, kind of speed through this for now and get into some more interesting pictures of existing communities so you can get an idea of what these look like. This is in Sonoma County, California. They had about 60 people living along a river in an encampment. They offered all of them shelter and built these 60 shelters. We built these in a couple days. And almost every single one of those folks accepted this shelter. So site's been up for about 3 years now. And has been really successful in getting folks into housing. Probably a really good project we could focus on talking about here would be Boston, Massachusetts. Probably a relatively similar climate to Lawrence, actually. This site is managed by actually 2 different organizations, so Commonwealth Care Alliance and Elliott Human Services. Commonwealth Care Alliance actually provides healthcare on site, so they have a nurse on site 18 hours a day. They're able to divert a lot of folks away from the traditional healthcare system, so hopefully cutting down a lot of costs there and improving healthcare outcomes for their residents. They've had about 60 people transition into housing out of this 18 shelter community since they opened. Out of 95 shelters, 95 folks in total across 200 beds across the city. So rate of success here has been incredibly successful compared to other forms of shelter beds across the city. Something's going on. Someone may be unmuted, but that's okay. Infrastructure-wise, you can see this is a little bit more permanent. So concrete pads, overhead lines for power. This is actually on the parking lot of a state-run hospital. So really creative in regards to land use. And the site has been really successful. So one of our favorite communities here. I will pause here and happy to take any questions regarding products, shelters, land, our model, etc.
Any questions for Ben?
Yeah. So, well, there's a lot. Typically, what kind of outreach model do you have in terms of the neighboring, like neighborhoods or any sort of partners that might be working with the shelters?
Yeah, definitely. Good question. So it varies a lot from site to site. We obviously don't manage these communities ourselves. We don't do that outreach work ourselves. That's all done by the local providers that are managing the site. That being said, a couple different examples. So the city of Columbia, South Carolina, the city is what I would call kind of the hub of the service provision on the site. So they're managing that process. And they work with about 8 different service providers across the city to actually provide various services that those folks living on their site need. So maybe some people just need housing navigation. Other people need more mental health resources. Other people need more substance abuse resources. So they collaborate across various different nonprofits to help provide those services to make sure that people are really getting the help they need. They have 3 shelters that are left open for the police to actually drop people off in case they pick someone up. They have a choice to either go to the jail or to go to the homeless shelter. So that's a pretty unique model that they have over there. When it comes to outreach, so choosing who lives here, that also varies pretty widely. City of Vancouver has a really strict practice of only allowing people to move into their site when they're able to prove they've been a resident of the city of Vancouver, Washington for at least a year. They're using city taxpayer money, so it's really, really important to them that they're maintaining their clientele of people who have been residents for a certain amount of time. Other sites rely on the local service providers that have been working in the area, as they know the folks that are unsheltered in their community and they know who will benefit from this, right? So typically this is not a walk up here and ask for a bed scenario, right? That's when you start having more of an issue of people congregating around these shelter communities. It's also definitely not a scenario where you have to leave during the day and come back and try and get a bed that night, because that's when you end up having people camping outside of a shelter, like you might see at a congregate shelter, hoping to get a bed that night. So typically your outreach workers are going out into the community. They know the folks that have been unsheltered there. They know who's been living there for a long time, and they're able to offer these spaces as they become available.
Okay. And with that being said, since you guys primarily deal with the structure themselves and leave the outreach to other folks, are there particular companies that you typically use or ones that you've known that have had success?
So a couple of ways I can answer that question. One, we do have a village success team here at PALA who coordinates relationships across different service providers. So we've actually already introduced some folks from the city of Lawrence to, I think, 2 service providers or so across the country that have seen really great success managing their community. And they've been able to have several sessions of brainstorming, of explaining, hey, this is how we manage our community. This is our process. This is what's worked. This is what hasn't worked. Able to successfully pair people up with those service providers, our dignity standards, and working with our village success team, we will stick with you through that whole process. So it's not a, we sell you the shelters, have fun. It's a, we'll sell you the shelters. I introduce you to our success team, and they're able to really help y'all be successful in managing the site, whether that's through meetings once a month with our partner program managers, introductions to other service providers. We do all of that. And of course, we're happy to make recommendations on service providers that we work with. So Salvation Army manages probably 4 of our sites across the country. St. Vincent de Paul, Catholic Charities, all service providers that we have a lot of connections with, and we can, and I believe already have made a lot of connections with some of the folks for the city working on the service provision side of this.
Okay. And just one more question. How long is that relationship between the college success and the client itself? How long does that usually last?
It lasts for as long as the communities are open, which they don't close. So, we've one of those relationships other than, trying to, we have no limit on that relationship. We see that as just helping you guys to be successful.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let others ask questions.
I have a question. Could you speak a little bit about the fire rating that I read about on your spec sheet? We've just heard some concerns about fires.
Yep, absolutely. So the interior surface of the shelters is a Class C fire rating. So basically what that means in layman terms, it's like an RV. So your RVs that you have around town, at the RV park, wherever, those have a Class C interior surface fire rating. I'm happy to send over the spec sheet that actually details the specifications behind that. So things like flame spread, different attributes like that. When it comes to fire safety, that's something that we take very, very seriously. It's not difficult to read about, whether it be an encampment or communities that experience fires. It does happen. Across our 115 communities, we have discovered the characteristics of a community that is more likely to have fires. So the way that I split this up into two buckets. One, this is what Pallet will do to help you be as successful as possible when it comes to fire. One, we've already discussed the Class C fire rating. All the shelters come standard with a hardwired CO smoke detector. They have an emergency egress door. They have a wall-mounted fire extinguisher. And so that's kind of what Pallet does in regards to trying product-wise to keep people as safe as possible. The second part of that has to come from service provision. And our village success team can help you with this, but it's vitally important that residents are not allowed to do things like bring candles into their shelters. It's vitally important that people aren't cooking using hot plates in their shelters. It's vitally important that you don't have residents working on giant lithium ion batteries in their shelters. And I bring that case up specifically because that has happened. This is not someone's home. This is a shelter provided by the city, and it needs to be managed as so. So whoever is managing the site, whoever is responsible for making sure that people are safe, they need to have very clearly defined expectations of the residents. And every single one of our communities, they actually have residents sign an agreement when they first move in, and they say, here are the rules of the community. I accept these rules. If I don't follow them, I can be asked to leave the site, and you can force an exit on that individual. Right. So that side of things of creating a safe community that needs to be accomplished by the local group, and we want to help. Things like not allowing people to leave their belongings in between shelters, right? That's really important. If you have a Class C interior service rating, you have a 10 feet separation between units, but then you have a bunch of stuff piled up between shelters. If you do have a fire, you want that to be clear space so it doesn't spread. I will send over the full version of our dignity standards that actually goes into detail on fire safety and what we recommend there. But I hope that kind of answers your question on those two sides, at least how we look at it, of the product side and of the service provision and management side.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Shelley. A couple of questions. My first question, I was looking at the presentation and I noticed some of the examples, 60 shelters, 25 shelters. Your one in LA says it's about 1,200 beds created. What the sites that have taken on your product, can you give us can you identify like how many units do they have within their sites? Are there, some that are 12, some have 60, do some have like 100, 150? Can you kind of go into that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. So our largest communities in Chico, California, they have 177 in each of them. That site has at times been full. Our smallest shelter community would be 6 shelters in Hemet, California. In reality, the place that I would recommend that folks be is pretty much smack dab in the middle of that. 177 shelters on a single site is a lot to manage. They have actually been very successful. They've created a safe site. It's been really impactful in reducing homelessness in their area. But that's a big site to manage. 6 shelters, on the other hand, is really, in my opinion, not enough. This is an enormous issue right now, and this is a solution that is scalable, is one of the big advantages of this, right? If, these, I think, 75 shelters y'all are considering purchasing today, we're likely going to be able to have those shipped out within, I believe we're looking at 6 weeks or so right now. So this can be accomplished very quickly. So it makes sense to scale it. So basically it ranges wildly, 6 to 177. I would say the average today's site size is probably around 50 or 60 shelters, somewhere around there. If that helps.
Yes. And in our presentation on page 51, don't know which slide it is. It's right after the Boston slide, where it says your next steps. Is this your company's model as far as the stakeholders, building prep, service provider, and deployment? So I'm assuming with the service provider, you're meaning that the entity that's wanting the pallets have secured a service provider, whether it's a third party or whatnot, prior to deployment.
Yeah, exactly. And this really differs from every site we work on, right? Some communities are really methodical and they take 1.5 years to get this whole project up and running because they want to do everything in the exact right order and make sure that everything is absolutely perfect before they move on to the next step, which is one way to do it. On the other hand, the state of Massachusetts said, we have an absolute crisis. We need to get people off the streets now. Let's get this done in 60 days. I don't think the state of Massachusetts has ever gotten anything else done in 60 days. So they were doing the site prep and the build before they had even gotten the purchase of the shelters approved, before they had even identified a service provider, right? So that's really, less think about that as like, this is the order of operations you have to do this in, and more, these are the things you should think about. You can't open the site until you have a service provider. So it isn't necessary to think about that as you have to do this before you do that, but important to think about it as we have to do these things before we can open.
Does the company consider it good policy to ensure that a service provider is secured prior to deployment? Or do you have is that something that you kind of give as?
I mean, typically I would recommend it really depends on the community. Some communities are worried that if they build the shelter community and they don't have the service provider to manage it, then those shelters are going to sit there until they can find someone to manage it. So Burlington, Vermont did that. They built the shelter community before they had fully identified the service provider, and they just had someone on site there overnight as a security service to make sure that people weren't breaking over the fence and going into the shelters, right? But again, people want to get this done. Sometimes you have to knock down the first pin and it allows the rest to start, so it does depend.
Any question?
Your comment about anchoring per local wind requirements, I may be jumping the gun here until we get to city planning comments, but if you had anything else to add to that, since we are in the Midwest and we are the third windiest state in the union.
Without a doubt. So our structures are rated to 110 miles an hour of wind, and they need 200 pounds of downward force on each corner to meet that requirement. So there's an iron pull-out rod in each corner of the shelter. And I can actually pull up a picture of that right now if y'all want to see it. So you can see in the kind of middle right, this site does have a level concrete pad, which is not required. But you can see right here that iron rod that comes with each shelter. And then the city is responsible for determining how to actually anchor it depending on the ground material you're working with. So if it's concrete, asphalt, gravel, you'll change the kind of anchor you use, but that 200-pound requirement gets you up to 110.
Thank you. I'll follow up with staff when we get there.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Can go on, Ben. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Because I didn't see it in the presentation, and in your slide, you do have a ADA accessible unit. Is that an additional cost?
It is not. So yeah, it's not an additional cost. So basically, all that's needed to make these accessible is that the city installs a ramp into the structure, which can be adjustable ramp easily just purchased from Lowe's, Home Depot, wherever. And then if you're going to have AC, you would just need to install a wall-mounted remote on the wall so that someone can reach that remote from a wheelchair. With one bunk down, you have enough space to turn around the wheelchair in there, and all the controls for the outlets and the heaters are at wheelchair height.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Ben? Do you have anything else you're going to add?
I do not. I'm just here for questions at this point.
Okay. No more questions, and we can move on to the third part of this presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. The item on number 3 is a resolution to consider temporarily suspending the enforcement of the Land Development Code, the International Building Code, and the International Fire Code for the particular property. Because the developments that have recently occurred in the technology and the development of these kind of structures, the codes have not really been able to keep up with them because they've been evolving so fast. And so this would temporarily suspend the enforcement of those 3 codes to allow the property to have that use in there. We would conduct fire safety and all necessary utility connections and do courtesy inspections to make sure that it meets the wind loads and those requirements as we can reasonably have them meet. But it does have that component of having those 3. This resolution would last 1 year and expire on March 31st, 2024. And at that point, you would be able to consider if you'd like to continue it or also just let that fade into the background. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the resolution.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Any questions from the commission?
Yeah.
I might like you to follow up on what he was commenting about the anchoring and what obviously staff has thought about this and looked at the specifications. Do you anticipate there will be any struggle in utilizing what they provide?
No, we've talked with construction management with the city MSO to figure out what that would look like and have engineers looking at that detail to make sure that it meets the wind loading requirements.
And I'm going to assume I'm not the only person who wants to hear from fire.
Is somebody from fire here? That we had
Coming
in. See here?
from the back.
Coming from the back.
Hey.
Come on up.
Thank
Come
you
on
for
up.
being here. So many chiefs.
Chris King, Division Chief of Prevention, and Division Chief, Acting Chief Justin Templeton.
Hi. So, yeah.
Volume.
To speak a little bit, you might want to raise
it up.
raise the podium.
Button you can push to the far right.
Here we go. Was there specific questions?
Well, the gentleman has commented that these are ultimately no different than an RV in terms of fire rating. Do you have any comments on that?
From the literature that we've read on it, very little at this point. It meets, I believe, a Class C rating, which is similar to plywood, those wood frame kind of mechanisms. You can get a Class C rating out of like some 1/4-inch vinyl paneling with sheetrock. That's what we've read about it. So.
And maybe it's too specific to ask you about the map that they've shown us. Do you feel that gives you adequate maneuvering if that were the number of units that we put up in that space? And that maybe someone can pull that map up for me.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I apologize. We were in the back, so we couldn't.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I believe that the city's working on a safety guide, if you would, and we've provided some items on that list. Hopefully that can be incorporated. The 25-foot shows that access can be made. The fire code talks about a 20-foot minimum, and enabling us to be able to pull our hoses within 150 feet of all exterior corners of the structures, and so that map appears to provide that. It looks like there's a couple gates that are being provided as well, and so. But yeah, that looks like we can. Previous pre-plans of the site. There's a hydrant within the 400 feet, and so that is also available as well. So.
And I understand that there's a fire extinguisher in every unit. Does that comfort you in any way?
Well, with any sleeping unit or any, this doesn't meet the definition of a dwelling, but nonetheless, a fire extinguisher is always a good idea to have in any living quarters. Smoke detection as well, carbon monoxide as well is being provided. I believe I saw in the literature they're 2A 20 BC extinguishers, and so.
What was that? You said 2A what?
2A 20 BC extinguishers.
Okay.
And so they're, most of the ones in the multifamily dwellings are the small ones, the 3-pounders. This is similar to like a 5-pounder. So.
Okay.
I had a question about how many times a year, or how many times would you typically do an inspection on a site like that, or like something equivalent, just to, given the nature of the site?
So we really haven't crossed that boundary, if you would. Typically, I think what we had initially talked about is doing some initial inspections as they're built, as they're put in to get ready to occupy, similar like we would do with any apartments or commercial structures in that setting. It's a courtesy inspection, obviously. With the resolution, obviously, we would be going based off of the safety checklist, if you would. And so,
Were there any, like, I know, I mean, that's the typical protocol, but given like the extenuating circumstance of this project and build, was there any time built in for like follow-up inspections?
as I said, at this point, we haven't, it's not to say we can't, examine that and so, look at it and see how we can do that. But yeah, I think it would be worth it for sure. The challenge is obviously as tenants come and go,
yeah,
and then whether they're there during the inspection and that sort of thing. So,
oh yeah, I mean,
for privacy,
yeah, I would fully expect giving the tenants or the folks staying there due time to ahead of time to let them know that what's coming. But just to given the special nature of this project, I would just want to make sure that we're going above what we normally do to go ahead and make it safe and secure.
It seems somewhat upon us to make sure that they have the staffing and the resources that you need to do that. That seems like that's on us.
Any other questions? I just have one. Jeff, on the code variance that would be needed for this, would it be needed regardless of where we would potentially place this sheltering area?
No, there are other places where it would be permitted by a special use permit, and that would be a potential option in other districts.
So if there's a special use permit, there's a potential for it to meet the code?
Correct. It would meet the code. It would go through the normal public hearing process for Planning Commission for a recommendation and a City Commission for adoption of the ordinance that would enable the use at that point. This property is zoned RS10, so it doesn't have the same permissions as some of the other non-residential districts that you would typically see as other sheltering locations. But it does have that component there to it. The other item to be aware of is the process usually takes about 4 to 6 months to kind of wrap through its entire process with a special use permit. So considering the timing that was mentioned earlier, that process would pencil out very long in that window potentially.
Okay.
And with the special use permit, occasionally, for example, with the Dare Drop-In Center, there's been a 3-year or 5-year time limit. With this, what we're suggesting now is 1 year. Is there a base amount of time that an SUP might be suggested, or is it just SUP till it gets pulled for some reason or another?
SUPs can have variable time limits. There are some that have run for 1 year, and there are some that have an indefinite running period on them. So there can be a wide range on those instances. And typically, we look at the use and we look at the operational aspects to make a call about the time limit on some of those. Some are clearly a long-term use, like a water treatment plant or something that might need to be there for a long time. Others may be a use that could come and go, as you mentioned, like a dare center or something that may have a span of time, but not a full, like own the building and may need to vacate. So it can run a variable length on those.
Jeff, I have another question. With the amount of houses I saw on the site, I just, for clarification, one of the questions that the mayor and I got in a couple of our meetings is it's in a flood zone. I just want to, make sure that, that those shelters were out of that zone. Just clarification.
Certainly. The property does have some floodplain on the eastern half, or about the eastern third of it, give or take a little bit there. The shelters are being located in the area that is outside of the floodplain.
Okay. Any other questions?
I don't know if this is a question for Jeff or Danny. I mean, obviously we had this map, which we, I assume that's a concept plan, or is that that's, until we have the operator and so forth, have we made a decision on exactly locations, how many, how we're going to operate it, those sorts of things?
This is Danny Walters. Yeah, that is correct. It's it's a conceptual, here's what the site could look like with all the components together there.
So then to clarify, then it could be fewer units, for example.
Yep, certainly, yes.
Okay, any other questions?
And just, again, this is probably too early in the conceptual plan, but obviously there's a couple different areas there on the map. Or is there thoughts of those being for different populations, or is that just conceptually how they fit in on the piece of paper at this point?
Danny Walters. At this point, I think they were just conceptually how they fit in. I mean, we can, since we're in this planning process, we can look at different ways of setting this up. But that was just where they could fit, taking into consideration the planning and all.
Obviously, we got lots of questions about the operating plan, the concerns. One, do I see a fence being around that property?
Danny Walters, yes.
That's the plan at the moment, at least.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it is part of Palette's dignity standards for the village. So the 24/7 staffing as well as the fence would be components that are included in that.
But as for the operation, the plan would be to put forth an RFP, hire a service provider. Both of those would come to the city commission for approval and public comment through the process.
This is Danny Walters. Yes, that is correct. I had a question too of making sure that this isn't going to be managed and run by volunteers. Absolutely. It would be a service provider providing the operations.
Danny, is it your plan to also out of the service provider agreement that outlines some of the standards that are outlined that
Yes, we are certainly able to bring that back to you for your consideration.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, no, I was kind of thinking off the cusp here because when Commissioner Finkeldijk brought up was the conceptual plan designating spaces. So I guess for me, my next question I have in regards to that is we know our point in time count is not the most accurate count. Do we know what our unhoused population count is and how that breaks down as far as families, single individual who's the female?
We do. This is Danny Walters. We do have that information on the point in time count. I can share that with the commission. Unfortunately I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but it does have a breakdown of families, gender, race, ethnicity, all of that. So
yes, I think that'd be most helpful as we navigate through the conceptual plan. Thank you.
Also, just to piggyback off of that.
Chris, I think you guys can go ahead.
Sorry about that. Oh, yes.
Sorry. I apologize. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Do we know exactly, or I'm not sure if you can answer this right now, who will be staying at the camp, or not the camp, but the shelter site as of now?
Danny Walters specifically, I don't know that I could answer that. I think that will depend on, if we're structured. I mean, it's a launching point to moving people into housing. If we're looking at those that are kind of the most vulnerable, I think that those discussions are to come. But it certainly is as I mentioned in his presentation, help assist move people through that continuum of becoming housed.
Okay. Any other questions? If not,
sorry. And this is for Jeff. Jeff, in one of the comments, one of the not conferee, but someone who provided comments stated, referenced the International Property Management Code 2021 IPMC. And I didn't know if either you or one of the representative from Palette could speak. I guess the comment was that this was not in line with those, and as far as the the requirements for a unit or dwelling. I don't know if it's just the commenter stated that the square footage for the shelter 64 didn't meet International Property Maintenance Code, and I am not a subject matter in that code, and I know your thoughts on it.
Well, thankfully, we've got some experts who are much smarter than me on the call that can answer this too. But typically, the International Property Maintenance Code relates to the upkeep and maintenance of a property and items like that. There is a section of the International Building Code that requires minimum square footage for dwellings, and a dwelling is usually defined as a structure having its own bathroom and kitchen. So these would not necessarily rise to meet the definition of a dwelling in the International Building Code, is my understanding.
Good to know. Thank you, sir.
Good to know. So any other questions from the commission?
It looks like Brian Jimenez might want to say something about that.
Brian?
Hey,
Brian?
good evening, Mayor Commissioners. Just wanted to expand with what Jeff just said. The International Property Maintenance Code, as we adopted by the city, also mirrors the minimum square footage requirements for habitable spaces, such as kitchens, bedrooms, and so forth. And like Jeff said, since these units are not identified as dwelling units by the PMC or the IBC or the IRC, because they do not have cooking facilities in them and restroom facilities, they are not considered a dwelling unit. So the property maintenance code as written today is pretty much silent on these type of units.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Last thing, to clarify, I think we know the answer, but the palette presentation said we weren't going to get the bathrooms or the washing and dryer section. How are we going to provide for that?
This is Danny Walters. We will be using our shower trailers and laundry trailers, or laundry trailer from Camp Woody. So we did check with Pallet, and they met their specifications for how many restroom units should be there per person, and it met the community standards.
Thank you.
Okay. So the number of restrooms we have, toiletry units meet their standards. Do they have standards for the laundry units?
I would defer to Ben for that. I'm not sure.
This is Ben. We ask that communities have a plan for laundry. It doesn't necessarily need to be on site.
Thank you, Ben. Any other?
Yeah. No, I was just going to say before we go to comment, can we take a break?
So any other questions from the commission?
We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and start public comment. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. We're going to open up the public comment period. And here's how we're going to do this. I've got two representatives of the neighborhood, Margaretta and Josh for Pinckney, Margaretta for the townhomes, and the other is two homeowners associations right there. So I'm going to give them 5 minutes each as representatives of the entire body. Oh, wait. No, that's fine. They'll get 5 minutes. Everybody else will get 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Margaretta DeFries. I am the board president for the Wood Creek Townhomes Homeowners Association, and I'm also representing the Condo Homeowners Association, which are the other 20 units. So I'm here representing 120 owners directly across the street from the Veritas School site. I have a lot more notes than will fit in 5 minutes, so I'm going to try to condense it a little bit on the fly. At a meeting yesterday, which I thank you for attending, Mayor Larson and Vice Mayor Littlejohn and Brandon McGuire also attended, we heard that there will be a strategic plan presented to you in a few weeks. And a lot of the feedback that you heard from us last night and that I've received from the other owners are asking, why are we in such a hurry to approve all of these things tonight when you're going to have a strategic plan presented to you in 2 weeks? And so I'd like to urge you to consider delaying the approval of all of these at least long enough to have received and seen how this fits into the strategic plan in a way that there is a public comment available before all of these things are made. We're kind of jumping into this sight unseen. You're not doing the regular RFP process for procuring these items. A quick Google search tells me that there are quite a few other companies that are in the space or entering the space. And I think that it is important to actually do a competitive bid instead of going with the first one that you guys know about, which is a generalization. I realize I have no idea how you came to this decision. I'm really worried about the suspension of the zoning requirement and the building code and the fire code. Every other person who builds a structure or is doing any work in a structure in Lawrence must comply with zoning and building and fire code. Some of you are aware that I've had my own experience with this in North Lawrence in a property that I owned and sold a few years ago. It's really not cool to bypass all of those processes that include a public comment and the ability for everyone in the neighborhood to see the plan and respond to the actual plan. The drawing that was presented today was the first time any of us have seen a potential site plan. Why are we going from 0 to 75? Why not start smaller and scale up and get the management company in place and have the ability to, let's say 30, that's more in the average range. It is a smaller footprint. It will give you the ability to have somebody here who can actually manage the site and see how it goes and then scale it up because the property will allow it and not because we're in a rush to do it all at once. That seems a little ill-informed. I submitted 9 pages of written comments. So I hope that you all have read that or will read it. They are all of the comments that we received through the comment in a meeting that we had with the community that neighbors from the neighborhood association also attended. But the main concerns include the communication between the neighborhoods and the neighbors and the property, which would have happened if there was a zoning or public comment requirement like you would do in a zoning process. People are very concerned about their safety. They'd feel like they'll be unsafe, that they can't walk their dog or use the new loop that you guys have spent millions of dollars building right next to our property. There's a potential that Pinckney will be closed, which will make our property values go down. Very many of our owners are very worried that their property value will then drop even further because no one will want to buy a home across the street from the Pallet Shelter Village. We already have a problem with trash on our site. People dump trash, tires, mattresses. People come and dumpster dive in our dumpsters, and when we, as owners, say, hey, do you live here? Those people go, no, what's it to you? And there's nothing we can do about that. There's no code that tells us anything other than we can have them trespassed. But there's no way to enforce just having our trash be safe and available to the people who live in our complex. Even contractors will come and dump their trash in our dumpsters. Another issue that we're worried about is parking, and this is probably going to be the last one I have time to speak to right now. In the drawing that was the concept drawing, there were, I counted 12 parking spaces for 75 units and all the people coming to help them. That is woefully inadequate. Our property across the street is private. We will tow every car that parks in our property or driveway as soon as it appears there, if necessary, in order to make sure that it doesn't hinder our owners from being able to park. Thank you for your time.
Margaret.
Hello, I'm Pat Miller. I'm here on behalf of the Pinckney Neighborhood Association. We had a neighborhood association meeting last Saturday, and we were happy to have Vice Mayor Bart Littlejohn and Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire there, and we really appreciated the time they took to talk to us. It doesn't, however, take the place of a full discussion with the neighborhood about this project. We submitted some comments, and so I'm not going to review those comments. I'm going to touch on a few other things. The Pinckney neighborhood has supported and will continue to support effective programs to address homelessness and to help the unhoused population transition to safe, affordable, and permanent housing. The city's news release on March 15th announcing this proposal of the pallet structure on North Michigan said the city is committed to working with the surrounding neighborhood to make the pallet shelter village a successful addition. However, there was no communication between the city and the neighborhood before this announcement, and we don't feel that that is really working together to address this issue. We have many concerns about the shelter village located in a residential area. First and foremost, I think, is that the city's lack of communication with the neighborhood prior to this decision has been detrimental to the trust we have that this project will be successfully and safely executed. A plan to involve the neighborhood and ensure that security of the surrounding residents and child care centers should have been established prior to any vote on this decision. There are really very real concerns that constructing the shelter village and revising zoning for the site on North Michigan will decrease property values and impact the attractiveness of the nearby child care center and the apartment complex. And the isolation of the shelter village from grocery and retail services and concerns about the residents' safety, particularly regarding possible fires of the pallet brand villages, are examples of why the solution may not be appropriate for the intended users. We implore the city to delay its vote related to the North Michigan shelter village until the city has had a full discussion with the neighborhood and residents and businesses and are able to address our concerns. Whether the city votes today or at a later date to approve this shelter on North Michigan, we believe the city must include in its plan a specific point of contact for the neighborhood residents, businesses, and users of the Lawrence Loop regarding concerns with construction and operation of this site. This point of contact must be in addition to the site management team, especially if the management is contracted out. This point of contact must be able to respond quickly and effectively to any concerns that are raised, keep an open line of communication with the neighborhood, be in effect for the period from site preparation through the closing of the site, and be authorized to answer questions, resolve problems, and make changes as needed to site management. Pinckney is a lovely, eclectic neighborhood with a very diverse population. We have several great parks, a rich history, and a good network of sidewalks. We're proud to be the homes of LMH Health, the Lawrence Douglas County Health Department, Burt Nash, and Heartland Community Center, but we also have pockets of serious poverty, have very little affordable available housing, and are faced with the prospect of having our beloved Pinckney Elementary School closed. Please make sure that your decision today upholds the city's strategic plan and the objectives of ensuring strong, welcoming neighborhoods, a safe and secure community, prosperity and economic security, a connected city, and unmistakable identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. All right, so we'll now open it up to general public comment about these 3 items. Yep, go ahead.
I am Cecilia Corder, and I'm the executive director of the preschool that they've been speaking about, Children's Learning Center. We are approximately 1,200 feet from the location that has been proposed. One of our biggest issues, since I'm low on time, would be time itself. I found out through a Facebook article that was brought to my attention not even a week ago that this was even a possibility. We have been at this location for 30 years. We have served the Lawrence community for over 54 years. We're a nonprofit childcare that serves birth through kindergarten program, and one of the few childcares in town that even serve infants and toddlers. This vote of having it in this place, one of our biggest, we can't secure safety with our families because we don't know anything about it. It was given, here's the information, but we'll figure out all the questions after this is done. Well, that's going to end up putting our business at a point where we're going to get less and less enrollment because you're looking, where do I want to go to childcare? Not by, the Pallet Village. That seems unsafe. Even if it is safe, there's a perceived risk of safety, and our number 1 priority in early childhood is first health and safety. There is also an early childhood crisis right now going on, which means there's just not enough quality programs to serve all of the children that need it, birth through 5, when 90% of brain development is happening, 90% by the age of 5. So if you're taking away from our population by putting something in the location that's a perceived safety risk, really you're just allocating resources to one crisis and taking away from another. We don't have enough early childhood programs in this town or in the nation. It's nationwide. We need more time to be able to find information and to be asked how that affects our population. What do our parents feel like if they're going to be dropping off? I've heard from at least 10 out of the 77 families we're serving right now that have all said, if this happens, we are going to have to look for different childcare. We love Children's Learning Center, but we won't feel safe bringing our child there. We can't go for outdoor walks. Someone might approach them on the playground. Is there background checks to make sure there's no pedophiles, sex offenders, anything that would be at-risk nature to young children just 1,200 feet from our school? I can't guarantee any of that to the parents because I don't know anything about it. There was no information given to us other than a lot of we'll figure that out and we're waiving some zoning. And that seems like a big safety risk to all of the 77 families that we care for now and the future ones. People have worked at CLC. People that have kids there went there. This is a long-standing business that has provided a needed service for 54 years, and we weren't asked once how this would affect us. That's my big issue with it.
Thank you, Celia.
Hi, I'm on the Zoom call. I'd like to say something. Can you hear me all right?
Is she wanting to comment or just hold off there? Casey?
Yeah, if I could.
Yeah.
You might want to restate the
restate that
protocol.
Yeah, we will get to everybody who wants to speak. We start out with the audience here, and then we'll go to Zoom, and you'll get an opportunity to speak. Okay, sorry about that if that wasn't clear. Hi.
Hi, Jordana Arnold. I live 3/4 of a mile from the Veritas site. I am concerned about the zoning, the codes, taking those away. Everybody that has a business in Lawrence that has to follow codes, they have to follow the zoning outline, and to just make that go away is untenable. I second the things that were said before, and so I'm going to skip over some of that instead of repeating it. I think that we all agree that we need to do and respond and react to our unhoused population. It's very important. We need more information. We need a little bit more time. It says that after 5 years or so, we're going to put permanent housing on this site, at the what I'll call the Veritas site. How do we do that are we going to create a second pallet village so that then we can house the unhoused while we create new permanent housing on that site? This is very unclear. I feel very strongly that we need to have at least a general idea of what we're going to do with this site. How much parking is needed there, because we're in the Midwest. Even homeless people have cars, a lot of them. And the more stable homeless people that you're going to be working with to put through the pallet community, pallet village, and into stable housing, they may have cars. 12 parking spots is not enough. And so I also would like to encourage you to consider a smaller village wherever the site is, whether it's on North Michigan or somewhere as yet to be determined that has a special use permit on it, so that we can learn how to work with the provider, we can learn how to work with the population, we can learn how to move people off of the street and out of the tent communities through this pallet village and into sustainable housing. Let's give ourselves a little more time, because this is such an important project. We do not want it to fail.
Thank you, Jordana. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tara Moore, and I am not only the program director of Children's Learning Center, but also a parent of 2 young children who attend there. There are a myriad of concerns that I have regarding the pallet homes and the proposed location. They all boil down to the lack of transparency for the proposal and the timeline that's being pushed. Please slow down. To this day, Children's Learning Center has yet to be contacted and informed about the pallet houses going up 1,200 feet away from our location. Does the city not think that it's going to have an impact on us? Because our parents do, the teachers do, and we're all concerned about it. They are concerned because their children are in our care for 40+ hours a week, and we know nothing about the requirements for the people who will be living in the pallet homes. Their concerns are justified since we've not been given any information. Residents of the Pinckney neighborhood, parents who send their children to CLC, management, teachers, all of us have questions about the pallet homes, requirements for those living there, and those questions aren't being answered. If you listen to us answer our questions honestly, more people will be accepting of the pallet home. As it stands, there's so much opposition due to the lack of information that's being shared. We're concerned about the unknown, and justifiably so. What are your specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-sensitive goals? SMART goals should be set for any sort of project that anyone does, big or small. They need to be determined prior to making all these decisions and investments in order to determine the success of the program and unite everyone in the efforts to make it successful. Why was the contract dated for March 10th and signed by March 10th when the community wasn't even given notice of it until 6 days ago? Is that enough time for us to know about it, prepare our families and children? The track record for the city with other homeless endeavors is not great. Tell us specifics on how this will be different. If you don't, teachers will find new jobs, parents will find alternative care for their children, and you'll have a direct role in impacting that early childhood education program that Cece was talking about earlier. Please delay the timeline, share your vision with the community, and be receptive to the input and changes that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. My name is Midge Grinstead. My property backs directly and borders Veritas Christian School, where you're going to put this village. I wasn't notified, and neither were some of my neighbors. I found out when a county commissioner said, "Hey, did you see this?" No, I didn't. I'm upset. I should have been notified. It should be the city's duty to notify all property owners in the area, whether I'm in the county or not. This will degrade my property even further. 3 years ago or 4 years ago, they put a sewer substation at the end of my driveway, and we had to do it. They widened Michigan Street. They just fixed a bridge and tore down all the trees and brush that was hiding that from my front deck. Every time there's an issue, you take my property, and now you're going to degrade it. We have had multiple problems with homeless camp that is southeast of the apartment complex, and you're going to hear from them. Fires, theft, attempted break-ins. I've had people on my porch while I'm having coffee walk around from behind my house and ask me for money or ask me, "Hey, can I take the wood from your wood pile?" No, I'm a single woman. I'm a widowed woman. And living there next to 75 homes where you don't know who those people are after you've had multiple problems and the police come, they're great. But what can they do? They don't know who the people are. I don't know who they are. They're gone by the time they get there. And we've all had those issues. We should have been notified. We should have had skin in the game. We're there. It's in the middle of a neighborhood. Most of what you saw on that pallet person's videos were metropolis. They were not in a neighborhood setting, and that's for a reason. We have a great neighborhood. We have lots of kids playing. We have people walking dogs, and the kids, I love watching the kids from the daycare. It will not be safe. It's not safe now, and nothing's been done. By the city's own admission, they have a problem on that part of town with a homeless camp, and yet your answer is to add 75 more? I failed to see the logic in that. I did send you an email today. I hope you all will read it. There's more information in there. And I hope you'll at least slow down and listen to what people are telling you. Thank you.
Hello, I am Josh Spence and I live in Pinckney, and I'm also serve on the executive board for my neighborhood. Biggest things that I've heard has been the safety, the operations, and how it's going to affect, and the different. How are you guys going to operate it? How are you guys going to ensure that that it's not going to cause negative impacts to our neighborhood? Because we already have a lot of issues with the homeless community in our neighborhood that has been ongoing. How are you going to ensure that there's not going to be any extra encampments that'll spring up behind the property or elsewhere within that neighborhood? How are you going to make sure that we're not going to have parking issues? That's the safety and security. Operations. That's been a reoccurring theme and reoccurring questions that I've heard from my neighbors in my community. I asked you, you City Commission, please either defer or get more information and make sure the neighborhoods are informed and really involved before you take the step, because I feel it is too rushed. I feel that if you rush it, it's not going to be positive for the neighborhood. As several of my neighbors have already stated, really, there's already a lot of distrust in the relation to communication. So I asked the city, the mayor, everyone on the commission to please defer. Get the neighborhood more involved. You will build that trust. Because right now that trust is very heavily broken. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Barcom-Peterson, and I'm here tonight representing the Board of Directors for Children's Learning Center. My daughters are both alumni of Children's Learning Center. And as this project has accelerated over the last, I wouldn't say week, there are a lot of questions that, of course, we have as a board, that parents have, and from what I've heard tonight, it sounds like this body has as well. So for that reason, I'd come with a simple request, and that would be that you consider pursuing that special use permit that was brought up earlier. I feel like that would really give all the parties involved a better chance for more meaningful engagement on this. Questions can be answered. And furthermore, I mean, that's, as was mentioned earlier tonight, that has been typical of how it's been approached with the Dare Center and some other projects like this in our community. And lastly, I'll just say that it's my understanding this is also how it was handled in Everett, Washington, which of course we heard about with the discussion from the Palette Group earlier tonight. And so I would just ask that you consider giving our community here like that same consideration for the time that the special use permit will give us to really understand this. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Mark Stair. I'm the treasurer of the board for Children's Learning Center. I'm going to mimic the safety and the rushed timeline of making this decision that everybody else has. I do not understand a plan to spend $725,000 buying a site and saying that we'll get a plan to figure out how we make that investment useful in 2 weeks after we've already spent the money. That doesn't make sense to me. I do not understand the lack of community involvement in this. Certainly, Children's Learning Center is going to be impacted. Cece's already talked to that, and that was my biggest concern as the treasurer, obviously. That's kind of my department, is the money. And we have done very well through COVID even, allowing parents to have refunds of money when they couldn't come to school because of COVID-related shutdowns and absences and all of that went into that. We've done very well at maintaining our staff. All of our teachers maintained their paycheck through all of COVID. This plan jeopardizes our ability to do those things. This plan will almost certainly mean that CLC has to look for a new location, which is a major, major, major detriment to our school because we own our property outright as of now. That is why we can do things such as pay our teachers more than other centers often do. We can do things such as have the flexibility to cancel tuition when things come up and people can't come to our school because of no fault of their own. Those flexibilities go away when we have to start paying a substantial rent payment because we can't find a property that is of similar value. Or we come with a mortgage payment if we do find a property to buy. There's all kinds of licensing issues involved with trying to move a child learning center that will incur a whole lot more costs. That will eat away at our reserves that we've worked very hard over the last 4 years to build. We've recently implemented a plan to go to what Lawrence, Kansas considers a livable wage. That's all thanks to the hard work that our board has done. This village will almost certainly undo that by cutting our tuition fees from parents perceiving a safety risk. Whether there is one or not is basically irrelevant. I've talked to multiple parents at multiple centers, all unilaterally say the same thing. If they've got the means to go elsewhere, they would. And that's the bottom line here. So I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mark.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Jacobs. My wife Karen and I live just a few blocks northwest of the Veritas school site. And we've heard multiple comments regarding safety and security. One of the things that I looked at in looking at the city's website describing the proposed pallet shelter village, it mentioned that there will be on-site staff to ensure the safety and security of not just the participants, but also the surrounding community. I think I made a comment, and Brad, thank you for you responded to our comments. That particular part was not addressed as to how safety and security will be ensured. Now, the second thing I wanted to address is the description of the pallet shelter village describes it as a temporary measure until the city can move and house people to more permanent housing, an actual solution to their problem. And there's mention of 3 to 5 years. We heard from Benjamin that these things don't close. Okay, and we're fixing to spend a substantial amount of funds, federal funds at this point, to hopefully find something that moves people to a more permanent solution. But if these things don't close, then how much funding is going to be needed? Is the federal funding going to be sufficient to achieve our goal? And if not, then do we then move to city funding after that if we have to keep the pallet shelter village open indefinitely? And with that also, a question I had was, I know that you're still in the planning process, but other cities are already doing this. What is an estimate of the, average operating cost per participant or per resident in the village? And the reason I ask that is because obviously at this point we don't know how many you can actually put in the site. But do you have any idea how much it's going to cost per resident per day to do that? Because that addresses the funding issue as well. And thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Jared Nelson. I'm here on behalf of my mother, Deborah Nelson, and my brother, Jesse Nelson, that both live at 300 North Michigan Street. Her property shares 775 feet of common parcel ground with the Veritas school site. The east side, 3/4 of the east side of Veritas property line, and the complete north side of Veritas property line are my mother's property. My grandparents moved to 340 North Michigan, which you probably know as Judge Nelson T. Stevens' property, the White House there on the corner by I-70. They moved there in 1949, and my grandfather owned all the property, 340, 320, and 300 North Michigan. My mother and I moved to Lawrence in 1982 and was raised at 320 North Michigan until my parents built the house at 300 North Michigan and purchased 11 acres from my grandparents. So I've been on that property the majority of my life. My brother still lives there, my mother still lives there. This property is included in the National Register of Historic Places. I've got a map for you if you don't want to look it up, but you can put that layer on your computer on the Douglas County zoning, and not the Lawrence Historic Places, but the National Register of Historic Places. And it's my understanding, so that line of historic places encompasses about half of the Veritas property. It's not divided by parcels, it's a circle that goes around and includes different properties. And it's my understanding, in the limited time I've had to do research, since I've only had 6 days and I'm employed, that the development of this land cannot include federal funding. And if it does, then there's a certain process that needs to be gone through, as referred to in Section 106 of the National Register of Historic Places. So I'd like that to be investigated to see if this is even possible. I only have 1 minute left, so I'm going to kind of breeze through a few things here. And one of the questions I'd like to ask is, why would the city purchase 3.5 acres of land with my calculations of 1.4 of those acres in a floodplain for an estimated value of $750,000, when The land, according to the county assessor, is only valued at $333,000. The improvements are the additional $409,000, what you guys are going to take down. So basically, you're purchasing $330,000 worth of land for $750,000, which of at least a third, if not half of it, is in a floodplain. And then you're going to tear down all the improvements there. I know I'm running out of time, but the county valued.
Thank you, Jared.
Hi, my name is Eleanor Gardner. I have lived in the Pinckney neighborhood for about 5 years now. I'm also a member of the Pinckney Neighborhood Association. And I would like to echo what Pat Miller expressed on behalf of the Neighborhood Association, that this really needs to be delayed. This decision needs to be delayed until you all can reach out to the neighborhood and provide us with a detailed, concrete plan. I have looked into the history of other sites that have utilized these pallet shelters, and other cities have actually included neighborhoods early on in the process. And that was in order to garner support, which would be really helpful if the city of Lawrence would show us the respect to do that as well and involve neighborhoods early on in the process so that we can feel comfortable with the plan and understand that we aren't going to encounter all sorts of problems that people are currently very anxious about, and rightly so. Another issue that was partially addressed by the pallet presentation was fire safety rating. So he mentioned that it's a Class C rating. That happens to be the lowest fire safety rating. And so that's a big problem because guess what? There have been 6 different fires in the past 3 years that pallet brand shelter homes have been instituted in various cities around the United States. Immediately after the Banning fire, which occurred in December 2020, Pallet changed the materials to make the shelters a little bit safer. However, when reporters investigated with a fire marshal and got input from the fire marshal, they said that the materials that they changed to are not dramatically different when it comes to fire resistance. And there have been, since that time, since the changes were made, 4 more fires, one of which was in September of 2022. 15 pallet dwellings were destroyed, and one person said that the walls were melting around them. They barely got out in time. Thank God nobody died, but it is just a matter of time. So it really is concerning that you all are possibly going to do away with the RFP process and just move forward with pallet branding homes when there are other companies in the atmosphere that could be considered who would potentially not have these fire risks associated with it. Finally, I will just end by saying that other cities have considered these types of things, and based on input from their fire chiefs, their chief of police, they have opted not to, and I would like for you all to also consider that kind of input and to reconsider this type of project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jill Locke. On January 30th of this year, I was told the old Veritas Christian School site was being considered as a new location of a homeless camp. With our family in our 16th year of living on North Michigan Street, this development was concerning on a number of levels, but it sent me on an eye-opening journey. My desire was to fight the urge of saying, "Not in my backyard." For the next almost 2 months, I sought to gather information, to get a better understanding of the problem, to hear the needs of the people experiencing homelessness, and to find out about possible solutions. I read the numerous articles about the situation in the North Lawrence camp. A member of the nonprofit group Justice Matters met with me numerous times to share the exciting things that are happening regarding Built for Zero. I spoke with members of the Veritas community to gauge their knowledge of the city's plans. Mayor Larson graciously spoke with me on the phone to answer questions and clarify a variety of city procedures. My desire was to educate myself and speak with my growing children regarding the issues, needs, city government, and possible solutions. However, in this interim, I felt almost trapped with this knowledge. With it being just a maybe, I chose to tell just a handful of neighbors. Upon finding out that the Pallet Village would be close to us, fear was very evident in the face of one of my neighbors. This friend, who has chosen to remain anonymous, has had personal experience with homelessness as a young child. Walking the streets with nothing more than a trash bag of personal items, she witnessed the very difficult reality of life on the street. Some individuals intervened, and she was removed from that situation, but the trauma of that season still remains. This is why the news of the homeless camp being in close proximity hits both literally and figuratively close to home. This neighbor is now married with children, providing for them the safety she did not experience. The reality that often, but not always, happens, there is mental illness, substance abuse, violence, and crime connected with this population is not lost on her nor on the rest of the community. So I wonder tonight, why was there so little time for the neighborhood to hear about the proposed purchase of the North Michigan land? After having the privilege of being tipped off 2 months ago, my mind is still swimming with questions. How then can we expect the neighborhood to have the whole picture when told on the Wednesday of spring break and the vote taking place 6 days later? My other request is that there be more information publicized about the contract with Julie Orlando and the movement titled Built for Zero. I see both as positive steps in the effort to care for those experiencing homelessness. Finally, I want to thank you as city commissioners for serving our community. The long hours and difficult decisions that need to be made do not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Next.
Hi, my name is Jen Unikas, and I'm a Pinckney resident. When the temporary tent city shelter next to LMH opened up during the pandemic, Pinckney neighborhood was incredibly supportive. We knew that with winter coming, traditional city resources for houseless shut down by the pandemic, and a decision needed to be made quickly. We would walk on the trails and see those struggling before our eyes. We were happy. It meant warmth, food, and mental health for those who found themselves in the woods right next door. And it may have, to some extent, it may have been the thing that they really needed, but it also appeared to have brought more houseless people from outside of Lawrence. People who had heard about the program from the media reporting on it, or from other outside agencies looking for help for their desperate houseless individuals. From what we were told, there were difficulties managing the site because individuals living in the woods would interfere with those living in the tent city, and some people who were unable to live with the guidelines of the tent city moved out and into the woods. After the tent city was dismantled, it appeared many of the occupants moved into the woods, adding to the population. And I understand why. I'm sure that they made connections with other people in the city or in the camps in the woods. Pinckney neighborhood has LMH, Burt Nash Mental Health Center, the cottages that provides permanent supportive housing for individuals with serious persistent mental illness. Transitions, a group mental health facility that homes 12 Burt Nash patients for up to a year, and a treatment recovery center that has been so mismanaged that is yet to open, and we still have not seen how it will affect our neighborhood. Along with people living along our trails in the woods, Pinckney neighborhood is already a corridor for traffic from the houseless camps in the woods and downtown. There are services for meals downtown, the temporary winter shelter is downtown, and downtown is downtown. People want to go there. In the 1980s, there was a proposal to build a mall on the edge of town. I worked downtown, and it was a big deal. Our downtown was and still is the crown jewel of this city, and the mall was voted down. The houseless population has increased downtown, and I feel this will only increase it. We have been told that part of the reason the Veritas site was so appealing is because it was close to services like Burt Nash, LMH, Heartland Health, which allows for plans for living in the pallet shelter to walk through our neighborhood, a neighborhood that is already has traffic moving through it by the houseless population living in the woods along our parks. You say that the Pallet Village site will be for 3 to 5 years. I am aware that you are working hard to find affordable housing, but with the cost of living and rent increases, I believe it is fairly realistic view that we will not meet this goal, which means the decision you make today could very easily be a long-term commitment for our neighborhood. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jen.
My last thing I want to say is,
Jen, thank you very much.
This is not a backyard thing. This is a why does it all have to be in our backyard?
Jane, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Deborah Nelson. My property at 300 North Michigan borders this site on the total north edge and most of the eastern edge. In other words, I'm surrounded. I'm 77 years old. I have mobility issues. My son has vision issues. And my cushion for the rest of my life is the value of my home. This is not going to be doing it any favors. Who's going to want to buy my house, which does sit back from the road, and have to drive past a homeless camp? I feel like I'm being railroaded. And I didn't know anything about this project until I read about it in the newspaper. So it's a personal issue for me. I understand the need to find housing for people who actually want it, but I just feel like I've been railroaded. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Other public comment on this item?
Hello. Good evening, City Commissioners. My name is Ryan Soroka, and my wife and 2 children live in Lawrence near Lone Star Lake. Frequently. Oh, okay, sorry. Frequently travel to Lawrence to participate in community activities and shop at the local businesses. As KU graduates, we recognize the prevalent houselessness challenges the city has had over the last decade. We fully support solutions to alleviate houselessness and want to give people the opportunity to allow them to move forward with their situation. Our eldest, who is 2 years old, currently attends Children's Learning Center, with our youngest scheduled to begin in the next coming months. We understand the proposed Pallet Village will be in close proximity to the Children's Learning Center and neighboring homes, which gives us a degree of concern. We've seen the temporary shelters located in North Lawrence directly affect local businesses, causing one to temporarily shut down due to conflict with the residents. The issues that affect that area are going to translate directly to the care for the children. There's been no proposed solution in controlled substances or visitors in the area. The area could quickly become a congregation spot if not handled correctly. Having significant population increase as proposed in a small location will cause disruptions to the local neighborhood and the Children's Learning Center school. It is against common sense for this location to be suitable. If the proposed plan moves forward, we will have no choice but to do what's best for our children and heavily consider seeking care elsewhere. This upsets us greatly, as the Children's Learning Center is a local school that the community greatly benefits from. The opportunities that the Children's Learning Center gives to low-income individuals as their status as a nonprofit is unique to the region. It's clear that based on the questions of the panel members to the Pallet and that that the decisions are being made ahead of fully understanding the scope of what's required to make the village successful. This accelerated decision-making is causing a disconnect between the community, and there's no notification for the residents and local businesses. Commissioners, I urge you to consider that the need to act quickly does not outweigh the need to act wisely. A more suitable location without the negative effects to the local community can and should be found. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Hi.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Fisher. I'm a resident here in Lawrence, and I have two daughters that go to Children's Learning Center, the daycare that you guys have heard about. First off, before I jump in, though, thank you for your service on the commission. Definitely, I'm sure it's a thankless job at times, and appreciate your service to our community. My primary goal tonight, of course, is to discuss the safety of my kids and CLC staff. My wife and I have demanding jobs that require that we have a place to send our kids, a place that's conveniently located, a place where they are cared for with big hearts, and CLC is that place. Our girls love going to CLC every day. I understand the commission's dilemma. We also need to have a place for those that are less fortunate than likely everybody in this room. The ironic thing is CLC is one of those places for people less fortunate. As a nonprofit, one of their goals is to provide daycare for fantastic daycare for people that can't afford fantastic daycare. You heard our treasurer talk a little bit about that earlier tonight. I won't spend too much time on that topic. Hopefully in written materials and other comments, that will be clear to you guys. Like Mr. McGuire's stated goal, I too want Lawrence to be a community where all people can feel at home, can feel safe, and can enjoy life. This is a really, really hard goal to obtain. I feel like we can get there, but it will require hard work from this commission and our city. In order to accomplish this goal, ensuring all people feel safe, I'd like to ensure a lot of thought goes into this decision. I'd like to ensure that we are talking with the community in the neighborhood that's getting impacted in CLC. If the North Michigan location is utilized for homeless population, your job is to make sure my girls not only are safe, but that we all feel safe so CLCs can survive. My fear is that if the patrons of 21-year-old plus patrons of Johnny's North don't feel safe, that I won't feel safe, and that the families that go to CLC won't feel safe, and that CLC may have to close its doors and may have to cease providing its services to our community. And that doesn't seem like that. It's providing a service and making our community where all people feel safe and productive. Again, thank you for your time. Please involve the community in this decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Chelsea Kroll. I'm speaking as a parent of a student at CLC. I'm also speaking as a spouse of a teacher at CLC. My son, who is 1 year old, has attended CLC since he was about 4 months old, and my wife has worked there since my son was about 5 months old. CLC has become a part of our family. I'm not a subject matter expert on houselessness or any social issue for that matter, but I would like to pride myself on being an expert for the safety of my family. This plan has or lack of plan doesn't really show safety, and that concerns me as a spouse and a mother. As it has been stated, the placement of the proposed camp is roughly 1,200 feet from CLC. This will forever change the course of CLC's operating future if you decide to vote yes on this plan. Teachers and parents, including my wife and myself, will need to take extra precautions during drop-offs, pickups, and any outside time. While the teachers are already caring for these young, small children, they will need to take extra precautions while watching their back, not only to watch the children, make sure they're not falling and hurting themselves, fighting with each other, but they're gonna have to make sure no one else is fighting behind them, grown adults. Unfortunately, this may also change the course for my family. We're unsure if my wife will still work at CLC if this plan is approved, and we're definitely unsure if my son will attend CLC if this plan is approved. It's largely due to the fact that we have yet to hear a true plan for the safety of the neighborhood and the businesses around. We love our neighborhood daycare, and we hope you research and understand the ramifications for placing such a high-risk, high-traffic, and high law enforcement contact community within thrown distance of the daycare that we love. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Hello, my name is Logan Keener. I'm a teacher at CLC, and I'm here tonight because I'm frustrated about the process of bringing this pallet village, and I'm concerned about the impact on the neighborhood. And frankly, the fact that we learned about this 6 days ago and still have not received any formal notice from the city makes me feel very frustrated and unvalued. And I don't understand the zoning process well enough to talk about that, so I'd like to just speak briefly about what we do at CLC and the impact it has on the community. CLC is a nonprofit. We operate without a mortgage, and something that we do a lot of at CLC is have a positive impact on long-term opportunity in Lawrence and a reduction in poverty. There is a very clear link between strong early education and long-term reduction in poverty. For instance, we have 2 Head Start rooms at CLC. Nationally, Head Start rooms produce an average of $2.51 in savings for every dollar they spent. And it's reasonable to believe that at CLC ours is even higher because we operate without a mortgage. So I just want to speak really briefly about what kind of school we are. We are not the kind of place where we have TVs on the walls every day. We are not a daycare. We do not serve frozen meals. We provide real quality early childhood education to our children every day, and it often feels like rolling a boulder up a hill. But the reason we do that is because we see the impact, and I'm very concerned that we might be short-sighted if we are focusing on short-term solutions to houselessness that could impact our community's ability to combat poverty in the long run. So I just want to make sure that we're not throwing out a lot of babies with the bathwater here. And I just want to highlight the impact that our center has on not only the neighborhood, but the city in terms of long-term impacts on reducing poverty and ultimately houselessness. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. I'm Melissa Birchhill. This is Eleanor Birchhill, and we've got one on the way. I am the vice president of the board for the Children's Learning Center. And so I have one at the school and one that will shortly be at the school. I think we can all agree that we're really hurrying on this project, and I get it. I know that summer is coming. I know that harsh weather is coming for our unhoused populations. And I know this funding is available right now. And I know the pallets production schedule is its own thing. And if we want to act, we probably have to act quickly. I know all of those things. I also know that if we want to be successful with any project like this, we have to follow the processes that create engagement and consensus. So what I'm asking tonight is that the City Commission please consider, instead of using these votes tonight, use a special use permit, which is designed for this sort of project and collects the appropriate local consensus and engagement and ensures all are notified of what's going on. I also would like to make sure that we're following appropriate safety and zoning procedures for this. And the second part is, whenever we do a project of this importance for our community and for all of these people who are living unhoused, we have to do it with program leadership. And right now, we have leadership from Pallet, and we do have people within our community who are experts in helping the houseless. However, we don't have our operator yet. We don't have that very special expertise that tells us how do we do end-to-end care with this population and serve them, not just with staff who are there to enforce rules, but who are also there to care for them and to do proper case management. And when that person is on board, that is also the best advocate for the program that would be able to talk to the local organizations and help everyone become a part of the solution wherever it happens to be. So what I'm stating is if we can incorporate the beating heart of program management, which is engagement and process, we can avoid some of the problems that we've currently seen. And programs where we haven't seen that, the best case scenario is we're looking at the Lawrence Treatment Center, which has sat vacant since its ribbon cutting in June. And at worst, we're looking at the North Lawrence tent community, where neither the residents nor the community feel that they have safety or dignity. So thank you so much for your work. I know how important it is, and we thank you for your work. And on behalf of CLC, thank you for letting all of us come and share.
Thank you, Melissa.
Hello. I'm short. Can you hear me? I have to move it down. My name is Cammie Braden. I live in the River Ridge neighborhood area. I am a lifelong.
Cammie, could you lower it because I can't see you.
Oh,
The podium has a button.
It's a little button right
I
there.
am so short. Sorry. Does that help?
Just keep on coming down.
There we go. Does that help?
Yeah, it does help.
Okay. So, I was born and raised here in Lawrence. I raised my children here, and my grandchildren live here, 3 of them. I want to state that I'm very supportive of the city's efforts to do a better job of supporting our increasing numbers of unhoused in Lawrence. Something has to be done, and I understand the urgency. However, I am very opposed to the Pallet Village experiment, is what I will call it, in a residential area in a city with limited services and little success with homeless concerns in our city. We have seen the concerns grow and grow. And I know something has to be done. I just do not feel that the residential area is the proper place for this. There is very little research or evidence to show that a pallet village can be successful in a residential area in a town of our size. What we've seen are examples of other areas, other industrial areas, and other sizes of cities. The other thing that I have concerns about is what are the standards and the best practices for a pallet village. Children's Learning Center, with having a Head Start classroom, and not even without a Head Start classroom, they have to meet quality standards in order to receive state funding and federal funding. I operate a home visitation program that we have to meet evidence-based practices and provide assurances that we will continue, and we have constant monitoring to ensure that we're meeting our best practices in order to receive state and federal funding. So that's my question, is what are the evidence-based and the best practices of a pallet village? And how can we then interpret that to our own setting? But I also want to say, and this is why I got up to talk, because I wasn't going to speak, but after hearing my neighbor Jill speak, I am very angry. And I'm angry at the lack of transparency and no input from the residents. I cannot believe that the Veritas community knew about this on January 30th, and we just found out. I am the daughter of a former mayor of Lawrence. My father was mayor in 1970, and those of you who have been here a long time or know Lawrence history know that was a very controversial and very difficult time in Lawrence. And my father would be ashamed of this process. He would never have kept things so secret like this. He would have advocated for transparency and input from the community. I know this because we had those meetings at my house every Wednesday night. So I just wanted to, I want to state that I would like to see the city support homeless and unhoused, and the goal must be to decrease the numbers in Lawrence without putting our community in jeopardy, and I feel this pallet village will do that in the residential area.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Johnson, and I reside at 910 Riverside Court, which is in the River Ridge neighborhood. My property backs up directly to the railroad tracks, and I wanted to first thank the commissioners because I did send an email and Commissioner Finkeldye did respond to my email, and I appreciate that. And so some of the questions were clarified, but one of the things that came about, and one of the things I'm hearing everyone echoing, is the safety. And so I had requested, was able to get some information on such short notice. I requested records from the city, from the EMS, and from the police records. Unfortunately, EMS takes longer to get that, so I wasn't able to have it here today. But just the information, I requested 4 locations: the Amtrak location, the North Lawrence site location, the community shelter, and the Dare Drop-In Center. Unfortunately, I was only able to get information on 2 of them. But for 2022, there were 231 police responses to those locations. There's a whole list of the different types of calls, but there were over 22 domestic battery calls, 31 check residence or building calls, 21 altercation calls, 18 emergency medical calls, 13 requests to speak with an officer, over 43 trespassing calls, 9 warrants issued, 4 wanted persons. So the fact that we're all concerned about safety in our neighborhood, I mean, these numbers speak for itself. And that's just 2 of the locations that we were able to obtain information on. So I did get questions, and I understand that there's a plan for the safety. My bigger, with the residents inside the village. But we've all seen what happens is the people that are in the unsanctioned villages migrate near those sanctioned villages. We're already seeing people migrate along the railroad tracks. We've had people bathing in our swimming pools in our backyard last year. Sunday night, we had a bicycle stolen off of our porch. It was on somebody's Ring video cam with an adult female with a backpack that's not known to our neighborhood. So these are all things that we're concerned about. I asked the question about increased police presence, and it was said, if needed. No, it is needed. I mean, that is, you're asking us to embrace something that's being put in our neighborhoods, but we're not being given any concessions. We're asking that we need to be considered for the impact that it's going to have on us as well. And then one of the things I've not heard anything about today is what are the other options the city considered? There's been no transparency to us at what other, there's got to be other city-owned properties, there's got to be other, we read in the paper about the 18th and Haskell, but nobody knows why that didn't go through. But there's got to be other locations. I know I'll be out of time, but it's just, like everybody else has said, this was kind of shoved down our throats, and we're just asking for the vote to be delayed.
Thank you.
How y'all doing?
Hi.
My name is Kyle Riddle. I consider myself still a relatively recent transplant to Lawrence and the community. Prior to this, about a year and a half ago, my wife and I made the decision to move to Lawrence. And prior to that, my wife and I both served in the United States Air Force. We love serving. We really enjoyed it. But we love our family, equal to serve in our country. And we made the decision, family move, to transplant our family somewhere and to build roots, essentially, to provide stability for our family. Excuse me. This wasn't an easy decision because my wife and I both love serving. But when we were doing our search and we were looking for a community to be part of, it was very obvious to us. We wanted to come back home to Kansas because we're both Kansas natives, and Lawrence was the #1 place we wanted to come back to better our family and to, like I said, to root and be part of the Lawrence community. So I got to be an Air Force officer. So it was my job to really make tough decisions sort of like this one where there's not really a good outcome. Like somebody's going to be mad, something's going to happen. And a good tool that I learned along the way during this process was the media check. And you might be familiar with the media check. The media check simply is you pick a media source, whatever that might be, the Kansas City Star, New York Times, and you make a headline out of the decisions. If you choose this one, you make a headline. If you choose this one, you make a headline. I wrote 2 headlines. Excuse me. The first one, the city of Lawrence prioritizes the homeless population over the safety of children. And the second one, if you flip the coin, is the city of Lawrence refuses to provide housing for the homeless population to ensure the safety of children. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Tamburini. I'm a resident of North Winds Apartments Complex, which is directly across the street from the Children's Learning Center. My comments, I've lived there for about 12 or 13 years. I learned about this about 6 days ago when I was walking my dog in front of the Veritas property, and I ran into a reporter from the Journal World who informed me that this was happening. And I'm very upset about it because I walk past there only in the daylight, and I enjoy the trail across the street. But I step over hypodermic needles and other drug paraphernalia and bottles every day. And I have grandkids. So we are concerned about safety. And my apartment is on the ground level that faces some really pretty woods in the back, I think that belong to Midge. And I see people walking right close to my back door, just looking things out and looking in the woods, presumably looking for a spot to land. I just want to echo most of the comments here tonight. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, and thank you, commissioners, for giving us the consideration that now you will.
Thank you, Michelle.
Good evening. My name is Kara Berger. I'm a 1990 CLC alum, so go way back. I wrote a whole thing that I was going to read through. Everybody has covered everything that I was going to say. Covered it, echoed it, tripled it. Ultimately, I think, as everyone has said, the frustration comes down to lack of transparency, communication, and lack of a plan. In order for something to be successful, business 101 is you got to have a plan. And I'm not seeing that. A lot of the questions and discussions that I've been a part of, they're again, no plan. And I implore the commissioners, mayor, vice mayor, to just postpone, get just some basic building blocks, so much so as how many are going to fit on that property. As the gentleman said, over a third of it is floodplain. So that concept had, I think, 75. Those didn't look 10 feet apart. Understand how many are there. Is it the best use of resources and funding? Why not use that funding towards something that's more of a long-term solution? Training, staff, turning the current shelter into a day shelter, building onto it. I just feel that there are other opportunities to utilize that money that would be more beneficial longer term, and not something that is just so quick and not thought through. And wouldn't be as successful. So give us as a neighborhood an opportunity to understand and get some of our questions answered and maybe put some of them at ease. As someone else mentioned, the Pinckney neighborhood, we are a welcoming neighborhood, a community. We want to help, but we also want to feel safe in our neighborhood. I want to see the kids of Children's Learning Center walking around my block holding their little rope as the temps get warmer. Again, I just implore you to delay this vote and allow Craig and his team to put together a plan, a strategy, bring in the operator, so we have a better understanding of what this looks like as a whole, and not just so piecemeal thrown together. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Gregg, and I'm super nervous to come up here and talk, but and I'm not going to echo the things that these people have said, but I'm going to tell you my own personal story. About 5 years ago, I fell in love with Lawrence. The progressive nature of the town, the beautiful downtown area, the sense of community and camaraderie. And I was presented an opportunity to move into the Wood Creek neighborhood. And the condo that I currently inhabit, when we bought it, was infested with roaches. It had drug paraphernalia throughout it. People had been in and out of that specific condo for the last 3 or 4 years. And what we had come to learn is that the person that lived there had a mental illness, and she had been in and out of programs trying to get better and couldn't because she kept having people come in, and she went through all of that. All this is to say that I knew full well coming into that Wood Creek community through the leaders of that community and the people that are trying to bring a stronger sense of community and clean out some of that activity, that it was going to be an uphill battle. And I did it. and I love it. The community is great. Everybody has been so nice. They're really trying to establish something there, but it is an uphill battle, and it's something that they continue to have to work through. And I really feel like the placement of this project is not doing its own due diligence or our community. I think that you can only push people back so much before they just throw up their hands and give up. And I love where I live now. I work from home. I still get people, well, I haven't for a while, but for like 2 years after that person had left, people would come and knock on the door and ask for that resident. They hadn't been there. And we just started to see that alleviate. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people that still use that community and places in that community where there's still problems. And I don't know of any proof per se, but I know that there enough of us talk, and we're close enough that we know what's going on, and we're trying to do what we can to alleviate that. And I don't think this has been talked through enough. Like everyone said, give it more time. And that's really all I can ask. Thanks.
Thank you. Carol.
Hello, brothers and sisters. My name is Dustin Stumbling Bear. I live in Pinckney neighborhood and have for the last 9 years. I've walked that neighborhood regularly for exercise. I love that the loop was outed because now I can actually not go all the way up Michigan. I can take that go up the loop and then run on over to Peterson. I love that. And in that time, I've walked through the 5 parks that are in Pinckney neighborhood, which are Clinton Park, Constant Park, Woody Park, Sandra J. Shaw Community Health Park, and Burcham Park. And I forget the next one. Those are the ones I have listed from when I was looking at my map before I came in today. And there are homeless people that have been living in those parks since I moved into Pinckney neighborhood. There have been camps all across Lawrence. I use all the parks. I walk across all of them. I used to play Pokemon Go several years ago. The parks in Lawrence are an amazing place for spots for gyms and Pokemon nests. And I say that because that made me go out to all of the parks all around town to constantly walk them and to see all the homeless people that are there, to see all the family members walking their children and their dogs, taking their children and their strollers through those same parks next to those same people who are homeless. And I see it all the time in Pinckney neighborhood. In fact, I saw it yesterday while walking with my wife and daughter down the loop in Pinckney neighborhood. We watched homeless individuals walking down the neighborhood, and I know them because I've spent so much time in Pinckney neighborhood walking all of those streets, walking all of those parks to stay fit. So I know who these people are. I've even walked back behind the Rose Center next to Burcham Park into that camp. I actually walked through their homeless camp. I didn't know it was there. It was pretty well hidden. I walked right through the middle of it, no problem. Walked through it with my wife. We walk through it, no problem. People sitting right there. Hey, how you doing? No problem. Do it every day. Like I said, I watch people walk through Pinckney neighborhood with their children every single day by these people who are unhoused. I watch these people because I walk in the morning, I walk in the afternoon, and I walk in the evening. I change it up. And I've watched school children waiting for the bus stop. Homeless people walking right by them, safe and secure, no problems. It's fun to watch and listen to people demonize and dehumanize our fellow American citizens simply because they don't have a house, they don't have a job, they have some form of mental illness that hasn't allowed them to be able to find some kind of functionality in our society. That same dehumanization allowed the Holocaust in Europe to occur. That same dehumanization was used in this community to keep black people from living in certain parts of this community. That same dehumanization allows our United States Constitution to still refer to Native Americans as savages. And that is happening right now. I'm really listening to that same language being used for the homeless. They're criminals and they're unsafe, and it needs to stop.
Thank you, Dustin.
Hi, my name is Elliot Pollock. I am a Pinckney resident. I have been living there for about 4 years now, Lawrence for a couple more beyond that. And I'd say first, I agree with most people that the lack of transparency is concerning. What I would have liked to see is the people in the city, the people who are running the city, to send us information, research about the impact that these types of housing have on their community. The reason I'm saying this, however, is because a lot of that research is favorable. These types of housing, shelters, affordable housing, tend to have at worst neutral effects on the community concerning things such as property value and safety and crime. And at best, they actually tend to have positive impacts on the community. And I would have loved to see the city send us information about that. I think part of what has been said also is not just the tangible risks, but also I think people have mentioned with like the daycare and other people that there is a perceived risk. But if we block this project, I believe that we are only perpetuating the stigma that homeless people face and other people in that similar type of situation. As someone who lives in Lawrence and is a Pinckney resident, I would like for my neighborhood to be a leader in providing housing and helping to resolve the houseless crisis. I believe that no one really wants to have this kind of thing all thrust into their neighborhood, but as I mentioned, I do believe the research shows from various think tanks and from university research that this kind of thing can have a positive impact on the community. I believe that we can be a leader in helping to reduce the stigma associated with homelessness, and I believe that we can be a leader in helping to resolve this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot.
Hello, my name is Nate Moore. I am a father of 2 kids at Children's Learning Center, and my wife is also on staff there. She's the assistant director. The rushing nature of this project is kind of what bothers me, and I have heard from various things from the Pinckney meeting on Saturday that this was potentially in the works since October, and this is the first we're hearing about it. I don't know if that is factual. But the thing that I'm concerned about is the other potentially 5 sites, I believe is what Jeff mentioned earlier, and the lack of transparency with seeing any of those. We've seen one plan, which is not scalable. Once you build those 75 homes, there's no more room for there because of the floodplain and other options. So if we're going to spend all this money to tear down all of the Veritas buildings and then we need more, we now have to have an entire second conversation with another section of Lawrence. My wife and I have had conversations about what would happen if CLC does close, and that would likely involve us leaving Lawrence. I don't want to look in my daughter's face and tell her that she wouldn't see her kids or her friends anymore. I've already had to deal with her today going, where are they? As she runs around here because she's seen some of them here. And I love Lawrence. Both of us were at Iowa State. I was not particularly fond of coming to KU. However, this is our home now, and we love it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you all. My name is Mark Sherrill. I'm a Lawrence resident. I have concerns about the change in zoning status. Okay? For example, if we forego the fire codes for this particular situation, then a fire happens, who becomes responsible? Is the city going to bear the liability for that, or are you guys? Because you voted for it. I don't know how that works, okay? But I can guarantee you there will be lawyers involved who will figure it out, all right? So that's something that I'm concerned that we're not considering when we're talking about foregoing these ordinances that have been passed and these things have been put in place for legitimate reasons, I would assume, because they were voted in, right? So can you just arbitrarily say, gee, I don't want this? That's a concern. Because the city will face a liability for it in the event that something happens. The other thing that I just would ask you to, each of you ask yourself this question. How would you feel if 6 days from now, this proposed site was going to be in your backyard? Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Here we go. Got somebody else here. Hi.
Hello. Hello, my name is Mary
Mary Hall, and
Mary, could you lower that podium a little bit? I can't see you at all. Thank you.
Is that
Thank
good?
you. Yeah.
Okay, I live close by Veritas, and in regards to the perceived risk, I can tell you that there are risks, because just down the road from Veritas, my in-laws have property there, and the railroad tracks are there. And just not, when my kids were out there fencing, they had a homeless man try to attack our dog with the machete. My kids ended up calling the cops, and they got him all the way to Sinclair, which is down River Ridge Road. And not only that, but there's always homeless people walking on the railroad tracks. And if you bring that there, it is gonna bring more risk to that. And we've seen it. People show up there on the property that aren't around from our neighborhood. And also, the trails that just got put there, people are not going to want their kids walking by there. And I'm not saying that homeless people are bad people, but I believe that there are other ways to help them to come back into the community and to find out what the end game is all of this. If, we know that if we're going to put Lawrence money into this program, and it should be helping the Laurentians, the homeless Laurentians, not from other homeless people who get bussed in here. And we know that that's going on. And as far as the zoning, I don't understand why we have to make a temporary change. I mean, we have zoning for safety so that people can be protected, and that dwellings don't get put up willy-nilly, that they're for the protection of the people. And so now we want to change these zoning so that we can put this up, and I just don't agree with that. And as far as I agree with a lot of the people, what they're saying is that there is no transparency. When you go and you apply you want to build a house, you don't just go willy-nilly, and you go to the bank and you provide your plans, and you provide, this is what we want to do, and this is the money that we have, and you get approved for this amount. I mean, what's going to happen when the 750 runs out? What's the end game in all of this? I mean, how long are we going to have this this dwelling place to get them in a permanent position? I mean, is this just going to keep going and going, and who's going to pay for all of this? Where's the money going to come from? And that's my concern.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Hello, my name is Matthew Vickers, and I just wanted to quickly get up and share a few of my thoughts. Today was the first time I've heard of this proposal. I hadn't heard anything about this prior to coming in and listening to the presentation that was given earlier this evening. I just wanted to say I absolutely loved this proposal. A little over 3 years ago, I myself was houseless in this community, and luckily I had a support system that was able to get me into a home and into a situation that I could better myself in. And I myself know the difficulties that come with houselessness and homelessness, and of all the things that I've heard about this proposal today, I can't think of any long-term issues with this proposal, and that's all I wanted to say about that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew. Hi.
camel so small? One moment. Hello.
Hi.
My name is Genesis. I myself was a resident of Pinckney Elementary. My mother was a teacher there, and my partner was Logan Keener, an earlier speaker. I just want you to look at the turnout today for a city council meeting, the amount of parents that came, the amount of community that came, the amount of neighbors that came together to come and talk about this issue is clear that this matters. And we all have a lot of strong feelings about it. All of us here know that there's an issue with houselessness here. I myself, being a downtown worker at the downtown Starbucks myself, see it every day firsthand, and it is an issue. I think that this is a good plan, just not in this place, in a residential area. And we've heard the testimony from neighbors and our friends and the children and the parents here. And I think that that's not to be discounted, especially since the amount of time that they've had to even consider this has been minimal at best. I found out about this 2 days ago from my partner, and he found out about it from his organization a day beforehand. So I think that I do understand that there is a pressure here. I see it every day, like I said, being a worker downtown. There is a need. There needs to be a response, absolutely. The amount of, it just seems way too fast. 6 days isn't enough, especially since from the time that it's been put to discussion, to vote. 6 days, it's not even a week. It's not enough. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Genesis.
Hi, my name's Jeremy Bell, and I bet I need to raise this thing up because I might have a few inches on some of the others in the group. No offense to those that are shorter, with one here. I'm a concerned individual regarding this whole circumstance, but I do believe with good news, I might have a quick solution. Being that most of the homeless are clearly safe and pose no threat to anybody else, potentially what we do is take the group that's going to be voting on it, as well as potentially some other folks that might be in favor of it, have them volunteer as to house those homeless individuals, provide services inside of their homes through whatever organization that you all are choosing to use, and then there wouldn't be an issue, nor would the city have to purchase $750,000 worth of land. Just a thought, we all know it won't happen, but I bet it would change the voting on this evening if that were going to be the case. Second to that, I find it interesting to know that it would even be up for voting to think that we would you would invest in homeless over children. The way of the future for those who will and can, generally speaking, have, versus for those who didn't, some by choice. Do we realize that there is a large population of the homeless that they do so by choice? Absolutely. Are there psychiatric issues that are out there? Sure, there absolutely is. Probably a good portion of them have just that. There's also a portion that just love the way. They love the life. Their intention is to be able to go out and do what they want to do without any strings attached. Drugs, crime. Maybe they're great individuals and they just want to roam the streets. They just want to be out. They want to live free, kind of the nomad type of life. You're not going to change that by putting a homeless center, a pallet shelter, whatever we want to call it. You're not going to do anything in addition to what these folks are seeking in their lives because they're not interested. For those who line up at the doors where you have places, or should I say the fence, interesting, a fence will work to keep them in, keep others out, but a wall won't. Reasonable note. But to think about the simple fact that in most business situations, and I would agree, you all are not the subject matter experts, but you're voting on it. Nonetheless, it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to do what's right, to listen to the people that are here tonight, that have made their statements regarding it. What happens when somebody gets hurt? Where does your responsibility lie? That's up to you. You should make a better choice. You shouldn't just take your time on making this decision. You should stop it because it's a bad one. Mayor, if you had 6 days and you threw your hat in a ring to get elected, do you think you'd get elected? It's not enough time to even campaign. I sure wouldn't vote on this in such a short period of time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I just want to echo what Dustin Stumlingbear made, the comments he made. He made some really good points. And when I hear people up here talking about, the safety of the kids. Well, my question is, what have the homeless done to the kids so far? Like, if they're such a danger, how come we're not reading stories about the homeless attacking kids? I mean, isn't that what they're arguing, that the homeless, my gosh, are they going to start running raids on this school once we get that shelter, like the village put up? Like, are like 5 or 6 going to just start storming and kidnap one of them out of the playground? Like, it's crazy that we're here. And also I heard perceived threat, that even if it's not an actual threat, just the perceived threat is going to cause parents to take their kids out of the school. And that, I'm sorry, a perceived threat is prejudice. That's exactly what it is. If parents are so prejudiced against the homeless that they're going to take their kids out of a school just because there's homeless people in the neighborhood, that's not progressive. Like, if people want to come up here and say, well, I'm not against helping the homeless, it's just not this location. Well, what location in Lawrence does not have kids living in it? What neighborhood does not have children living there that we can put a homeless village in there? And I mean, is it, well, we just don't put the homeless village in any neighborhoods where there are kids? I mean, this isn't helping the homeless. This is helping them keep they're worried about property values. That's one of the things too. So, I mean, it's to come up like it just kind of pisses me off because it definitely is prejudice. And when it comes to perceived threats, let's talk about, it used to be when it came to gays raising kids that, well, they may be good at it, but society isn't ready to accept it. Those kids are going to be bullied. I mean, that's kind of, when we talk about perceived threats, that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. And it makes me sick that we might just deny this project, deny helping the homeless, just because of a potential safety threat to the kids, where has there been any evidence presented tonight of how those homeless are going to present a safety threat to the kids? I think there should be, and also we talk about the police calls to places. What about police calls to the reserves, police calls to the nests, police calls to places where there's a bunch of college students living? Because I can tell you, I deliver late at night, and there are police out at the Legends. There are police at where
Thank you, Chris.
Students are. Thank you.
I just want to respond to this gentleman's comment. I don't have the dates.
Have you spoke before, ma'am? Have you already spoke tonight? Yeah, you only get one time.
I'll just tell
Sorry about that. Any other public comment from the audience? If not, we'll go to Zoom.
E.B. Clark. Hi there. Can y'all see me all right, hear me all right? I know it's kind of dark in here. Okay, hi. I just want to say that there's been a lot of really good information this evening. It was great to hear from Ben with pallet shelters. And I'm glad to hear a little bit more about the plan. A lot of folks have said, hey, this has really kind of been sprung on us. We haven't had time to look through it. We don't really know what's going on. I would definitely agree with that. We do need a little bit more time to make decisions, look through, and figure out if this is really the right choice for Lawrence. I also want to say that I really appreciate that you recognize that our unhoused neighbors are living in a state of emergency. They have been living in this state of emergency for a really long time. I'm glad that you want to act, and I'm glad that you want to act now. There have been a lot of good questions and a lot of really good comments raised, but there's also clearly a lot of fearfulness and prejudice against our unhoused and precariously housed neighbors in this room. I've heard a lot of division between us and them, and a lot of people seem to think that those experiencing homelessness are inherently dangerous just by existing in public. I think it's shameful. So I want you guys to know, don't listen to that fear and don't listen to that bigotry. Don't let anybody in this room convince you to delay implementing a good program to end homelessness. Don't be swayed by people saying not in my backyard because they're worried about their property values. Don't forget that unhoused people are our neighbors and they are our community. But also don't be dumb. I really want to like this plan, but it isn't right yet. We don't need to delay. We need to rethink. So there's kind of two prongs to this plan. One of them is buy the land on North Michigan, and the other one is put a pallet village there. So I think that doing one or the other would maybe be okay, but doing both is incredibly unwise. I'll echo previous comments about both the upfront and the continual costs associated with this plan. There's demolition. There's $1.1 million for the pallets. Since they're temporary, those pallets are going to have to be torn down and thrown away to make room for this permanent structure that you guys have been talking about. That's potentially a lot of money. I'm fine with government spending, but I also want to make sure that what we're doing makes sense and it gets the most out of our money. I'm generally opposed to these kinds of tiny home pallet structure villages that are popping up all over the country. I have concerns about conditions in the shelters. That Ben's presentation, while it was great, he didn't resolve those concerns. We need to be concerned about fire safety and the actual livability of these shelters. I mean, look at them. Would you want to live there? But if you decide that the pallet villages really are the best option, we have to find the right site. Did the city consider putting the pallet village where the emergency camp already is now?
Phoebe, your time's up.
Wow, that was fast. Okay, sorry. Kevin Elliott?
Hi there. I had a very different speech prepared, but I have to pivot. There was just another death at the North Lawrence camp. And these deaths come from a lack of preparation from the city. You guys realize you have to do something, and I applaud you, but you're not doing it right. And I've asked and I've begged, and the community has asked and begged. And we've been asked to go through Burt Nash. We've been asked to go through Lawrence Community Shelter. Well, damn it, you're in charge. I'm asking you. And if you don't want to hear it, then you shouldn't be there. What needs to happen is the city needs to get in front of this. Now, I realize we're doing more than most cities in Kansas, but that's a low bar. I don't want to hear that you want praise for meeting a low bar. I want to hear that you want to do it right. I'm not going to go over all of the services that Pinckney has to host. And you know me, you know I'm not a NIMBY sort of person, but it's always North Lawrence, East Lawrence, Pinckney, and Brook Creek. It's never any other neighborhood. There are other properties you can choose. There are plans that you can put in place before you step into this. I just ask that you do it right. And listen, you have a organization that I put in place for you, Unhoused Service Planning Commission, that has 30 nonprofits, that has half a dozen neighborhood organizations, that has community policing, and would solve half the problems that you've faced tonight if you had put them in place. I don't know why you won't listen or you don't want to listen, but you need to listen. Please, I'm begging of you before somebody else dies. Thank you.
Jonathan Oliva?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Investigation in Georgia over election interference. Yeah, the investigation.
Jonathan, you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Jonathan?
Very lightly. There you go. That's better.
Okay.
So, I guess, frankly, I just want to say by a lot of the comments tonight, I'm frankly disgusted at the dehumanizing rhetoric and honestly faux progressive rhetoric that I've heard tonight. These homeless people, they're people. They're not some just aberration of that just exists outside of our community. They're our community. It's just disgusting at like how insistent this council is on inflicting more suffering than on the most marginalized people in this community. I mean, 3 of the 5 of you are women, and 51% of the homeless population identifies as women, according to the last point of time census. 2 of you are Black. You've overseen a 40% increase in Black arrests in the community, and Black community members are also 5 times more likely to be homeless than the general population. I've heard a lot of complaints about not being notified in time. Frankly, the LJ World and Lawrence Times have been covering this since December. The city of Lawrence actually posted in the Nextdoor app a month ago about this whole thing. So if you're not being informed, then I want to say that's probably on your fault. And the city also approved, a $4.5 million for this plan, and just last week you approved a $25 million investment by KU, and just for just a fifth of that, all you're getting is like a garden shed village, whereas this $25 million investment, they're getting a 400 family units, a grocery store, a hotel. Even the proxy on 23rd was a $21 million investment, 300 bedrooms, a pool, all types of amenities, a sauna, and you're telling me that the best we can do with a fifth or a fourth of that investment is just a pallet village? Come on. It's ridiculous. I just want to say we got to do better as a community, and I think a lot of the rhetoric about safety is just an analog for they don't want poverty in their community. They don't want the poor people around, and that's all it is. They just want them out of sight, out of mind, and not in my neighborhood. Well, I think this is a good plan, and it just needs some work. We need more permanent housing. You can build housing with this money. Thank you.
Sherilyn Wells.
One of the things that concerns me is I feel like neither the neighborhood nor the unhoused have actually had any kind of meaning. The neighborhood wasn't informed, and the unhoused have had very little input into any of the plans. And I talk to the unhoused people like every week. Do you know anything about the plans? Have you heard anything about the plans? Have you been able to put any kind of input about the plans? They don't know what the plans are. They've never been able to put any input into the plans. And I mean, the same thing has gone on year after year. And I also talk about Black and brown people for years, the same thing. They're homeless more, and when I talk to Lauren Henderson, they have died more. Our minorities are unhoused, our minorities die more, and I feel like that the city never really talks about this or addresses it. The same thing's gone on for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Jeremy Roth-Kushel.
This is Jeremy Roth-Kushel. I want to first put on notice that what were actually meant to be 3 specific deliberative items to be put up for our cooperative assembled intelligence as interested members of the public got lumped into one, thus cutting the time that we could deliberate upon this into a third, and also the specificity of our cooperative intelligence assembled here on each single item. All right, that is a problem. That is a bigger reflection that I would also want to touch on after I speak to this specific project here. I do hear some interest and concern, especially from the vice mayor, about the potential integration and securing of services in relationship to this project. That seems important to step up into. And then finally, I do want to point out the fact that I think the main glaring item in relationship to this project tonight is a virtual example of the total breakdown of our deliberative democracy and its functions. And it shows not only in relationship to the commission that seems to show a desire to whittle down the amount of meetings we have, the amount of public comment that we have, the amount of public items for comment, the nature of our minutes, but also members of the public who tend to show up too late, too little in terms of reaction to moments of crisis. We cannot govern like this. We're meant to be a self-governing people in this country. There's a hierarchy of sovereignty. We, the people, the real private individuals, we're at the top of that public hierarchy. Then we elect representatives in the government to represent the public interest in the public sector. And then underneath that are corporations and corporate institutions that can then benefit from public investment. So we're going to have to think much more courageously, creatively, and constructively together if we really want to fix the problem of what people who are experiencing houselessness, and then how it impacts them and it impacts all of us. These are our fellow town members. These are our fellow human beings. If we allow our country to be governed at the highest levels, often by the worst amongst us in terms of vulture Wall Street, warmongers, and then corporate gangsters who tend to collect all of the value of the land, then this is what we're going to get. So we need to really rethink what we're doing here in terms of public intelligence and public governance. Thank you.
Linda Weinmaster. Linda Weinmaster.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me now? I didn't know I had to unmute. I wasn't going to make a comment, and I really pray for the families that go to that school, because my children went to an inner city school in Omaha, Nebraska by my choice, because it was academic excellence, and a homeless vagrant, we called him back in the 90s, murdered the priest that ran the school. My oldest son was only 10 at the time. He was the last person to see the priest alive. So I have a lot of fear over the homeless, and I imagine all my children do too because of this. It's not a great fit for any place in a community like this where you put the taxpayers behind. Absolutely, we should help. My youngest son is severely disabled, 30-something-year-old. He would be homeless if he wasn't so disabled that he didn't live with his mom and dad. So I have compassion for people. I just think there needs to be a little bit more open communication like the neighbors out there are asking for. And most of the people that are experiencing homelessness, and I touch across the nation, I've lived in Dallas and Denver and Fort Lauderdale and Miami. So I've lived in big cities that have had this problem for eons. They don't put that the homelessness ahead of the taxpayers. This seems like every meeting for the last, I don't know how many months, that's all we have focused on. Focus on the community. The community will embrace this if you're honest. Be open with this. And I don't think many people have had a firsthand experience with a homeless person, and he had been hanging around the school, and there had been drug dealers and DEA agents, and a lot of horrible things happened in that neighborhood. but it affected my family, and it probably still does to this day. I'm sure they still remember it. Thank you.
By the way, unbelievable.
That's all the comment here.
Now for discussion.
Well, overriding theme I think I've heard is folks have requested and asked for more time to process this.
I have a couple of questions.
Oh,
Can I answer? Okay.
Yeah,
I had a question for Miss, is it Miss Quarter? Yeah. Did you want to? I know that in your testimony, your comments, you had spoken to health and safety with the center. Are you the executive director?
I'm the executive director,
So
yes.
as the executive director, and I don't know if your program director is still here.
She is, yeah.
Are you aware of any statutes or regs that having anything related to a homeless shelter, temporary homeless shelter, that could potentially impact statutes or regs related to childcare and childcare license?
As far as childcare licensing, we're not supposed to have people volunteer or work on the property that couldn't pass a background check. So obviously we're on a lockdown facility. Ideally, no one would be in our building. If a parent was to let somebody in not realizing it was somebody that shouldn't be on the property, or on our property would also mean we have a nature playscape playground, which is accessible. We have a fence, but someone could just walk up to it. We have a regular playground, a picnic area. We try to get the kids out on walks. So that kind of safety measure, it can't all be covered by licensing because we can't know everyone that's walking by. I do know from research that 30% of the homeless population is typically affected by a mental illness, which I am definitely not discounting as empathetic towards that. But with mental illness also comes some safety issues. You never know if someone's like in a manic state or not in the right state of mind, where they normally may not hurt someone, but in that mental state. I mean, we had to call the police in 2022 because somebody had pulled into our parking lot, luckily did not get out of their vehicle, but was having like a psychotic episode in the vehicle outside of the school. Young children are extremely
And I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure we remain to the question.
As far as licensing goes, we just aren't supposed to have people on the property that haven't been background checked that are regularly on the property, and that poses a risk of them always having access to our property. Without us, we don't have security.
Okay, and so are there anything related to statutes and regs related to licensing that talks about supervision?
Supervision of the children and the safety of the children, yes, which would land on the teachers who already have 12 children to one teacher. So that's a whole lot to ask of them to also be looking at the safety outside of the perimeters.
And then Jeff, real quick, I know we are a community that has zoning standards that impact licensing, childcare licensing statutes and regs. Is there anything to your knowledge within our zoning for licensed daycare homes, group daycare homes, preschools and centers that this could impact?
Not off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
Can I answer one more thing to that? Given more time, I could reach out to licensing and KDHE and ask for more specifics. Although I've been running a program for 22 years, I can't possibly know the regs front to back and how they deal with this situation because I've never dealt with it.
Right.
And I had a few days to even prepare. So I would be happy if there's more time given for me to answer that in a more thorough way.
Okay, I could probably look them up. Mm-hmm. I'm the regulation specialist for childcare licensing, so.
Perfect.
Jeff, I know a couple of conferees talked about special use permit and the thought that, or the perception that it circumvents or keeps us from doing certain things. Could you, for the sake of high-level education purposes, explain what a special use permit does and doesn't allow, and what does that mean as it relates to this project, or what it could potentially mean as it relates to this project?
So Commissioner, if I may, just about this, the process in general?
Yes.
Okay. So in relation to this property, there would be two phases to it. It would be a rezoning and a special use permit that would be applied for. Those processes run very similar timelines, about 14 to 16 weeks, depending upon calendars and other factors that might come in there, holidays and the such. But processes that go to Planning Commission do go through public noticing procedures. So they would have signs posted, they would go to a newspaper publication, and then letters are mailed out to any property owners and neighborhood associations within 400 feet of the property. And then it would go to a Planning Commission for a public hearing, and then based upon their recommendation, come to you for consideration of those processes at their end.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
I have a question. Jared Nelson, I don't think he's here, but he brought up that his mother has property adjacent to it, and there's other property, I think, north of that that's on the National Register, historic places, and that he had brought up something about not being able to spend federal dollars on adjacent properties. Tony, would you know anything about that?
Jeff did confirm that the property is within the environs of local historic property. We have done some research, but we would need to do some additional research. We don't think that if we use only ARPA funds, that federal statute or that Section 106 process would be triggered. There is some language that if additional federal funds are used, that process could be triggered. But at this time, we think that there's no prohibition in moving forward using the ARPA funds for this particular project.
Okay, thank you.
So to follow up on that, if we were to utilize HUD home dollars or designate HUD dollars that we received or CDBG dollars, would that trigger it?
If it was used in addition to the ARPA funds, it may very well. Danny informed us that there were not plans to use any additional HUD funding or any additional federal funding for this project, that it would be based solely on ARPA funding.
Even for ongoing costs, not to potentially use HUD dollars, or Danny?
With our limited dollars that could be used for operational purposes, it wouldn't be something that we could use that would be impactful. As you know, the CDBG money that can be used for operations is a very small amount of the grant itself. So likely there would not be. If anything, it's possible that ESG could fund a case manager that could be on site there, but it wouldn't be as part of the operations of the site.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or want to discuss?
All right. I guess I would say a couple things to start with, or start the discussion. I mean, one is obviously the process question. And this is a very tricky chicken or the egg sort of issue for the city when we have these, you have these processes. It's hard to have a process about a piece of property you don't own or have control over. And so you have to have the ability to have a discussion. You have to have the ability to acquire the land. We have a contract that gives us 30 days to close on it. And, some people, the city has been looking at different properties. But you have to have one to talk about. So as we have a contract we have to close on, the question could have been, well, let's not talk about it. Let's not have a city commission meeting about it. Let the staff work on it for 30 or 45 days and then bring it back to us. Well, first you have the 30 days in the contract to close. And second, the community could be saying at that point, well, why didn't you talk about it at the city commission? Why didn't you give us a chance to have input? Why did you have the staff spending all that time and energy working on a process, which we never got to talk about until after you've spent all your time and effort on it. So, I actually appreciate bringing it to us as soon as we had a contract. As soon as we had a contract and we have the 30 days to consider it. And so that's what the staff has done. Now, what's on the agenda tonight is purchasing the property and purchasing pallet homes and talking about what process we'd use to further consider this. What's not on the agenda tonight is an operating agreement or opening opening it, knowing what it looks like, the operational parts of it, because you can't do that. You can't make those plans until you know you have a property you can work with in order to consider those plans. And so it's a chicken or egg sort of situation. You could spend all your time and effort working on a plan for some location and then never be able to acquire it or never be able to do that. And of course, making a plan on a random piece of property on a blank slate without knowing about where it's located, what transportation options exist, what is around it. You have to know all those factors so you can create a operational plan, so you can understand what you're dealing with when you make that plan. So again, the chicken or the egg is you can't come up with an operational plan until you know what property you're talking about, but you can't know it, but we can't open it until that. So, I understand the frustration that it feels like it comes out of the blue. The flip side is we could have worked up an entire plan and then presented it out there. So I see the process as getting control of the land so we have something to talk about, and then working with the neighborhood to see what's this going to look like, if it is going to happen, how many are going to be there, what's the operational plan, who's the operator. All those things will come back to us. All of those things will have public comment. All of those things will be part of the process. And if at the end of that we say this site doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But we can't have that conversation without owning it, and we can't have that conversation without ordering the pallet homes. And so to me, this is the beginning of a process, not the end of the process, but it's a piece of the process we have to have in order to move forward with any further discussion. So, that's my comment on the process, that there'll be lots of other touch points, before we get there. And again, there's a frustration of the neighbors. Well, you don't have a plan yet. Well, yeah, we don't have a plan yet because we don't even know if we own it. We don't have a plan to put together until we get to that point. The staff doesn't even know if we're going to buy the pallet homes. We haven't even voted on the pallet homes yet. So how can the staff put together a plan on the pallet homes that we haven't even authorized them to buy? So it is a chicken and the egg process that we have to get the ball rolling to have to know what we're talking about, to be able to start a plan. So this, to me, I understand the frustration with it, but to me, it's the only way the process could work, because the other alternative is to come up with an entire plan and then present it all at once, and so with property we don't even own. Anyway, I've said too much. So I think this is the right process. Now, the second thing I would say is I understand the concern. I understand what CLC is talking about. First of all, my daughter went there for a year, 20 years ago. But I would say I also hope that during this process and during this time that CLC looks at other operators in this town. I served on the Ballard Center Board for 18 years. I was the president of that nonprofit for 17 years. Ballard is a early education nonprofit that invites homeless into the building. We have people in the building every day. We run a food pantry in the building. We do rent and utility assistance in the building. We hand out sleeping bags in the building at the same time that we have kids there. Plymouth Head Start is 600 feet from the Dare Center. It's less than 1,000 feet from Link. It's operated forever in that location next to Dare, next to Link. The Community Children's Center is going to be a new 70-person child care center in the same building. They own the building, and they're renting to Bert Nash's mental health homeless outreach team. The homeless outreach team is in the same building as the center. It's not across the street behind the fence. It's in the same building, just like Ballard. There will be homeless people every day in the same building with that center. The Alt Center downtown. There's models out there in which very successful early education centers coexist with homeless population, and there's examples not all across the country, but in this town, and I'd hope that it would be looked into as we move through this process. Those are my first 2 comments.
No discussion.
Well, I appreciate Commissioner Finkeldye's comments. What I will say is that we've been waiting for this moment as a commission, and we've been waiting for this moment as a community, because it puts right in front of us what we've been putting behind us and hiding in the woods outside of city limits since I was a student here, almost 20 years ago. When I came here as a student in '99, this community was talking about unhoused individuals the same way they're talking about it in 2023. Same conversations. Oh, they come here because homeless individuals, they drop them here from other communities. They, Osawatomie drops them off. They hop on the train, those transients. And we say things like, oh, they stay here because we just love treating our homeless individuals so well. And we've kind of started to believe that myth in our community. And it's become a myth because we've not addressed the issue head on. We've bickered with Constitution and interpretation of constitutional language around providing indigent care. We've bickered with our county commissioners about whose responsibility it is. 1, 2, 3, not it. That's kind of how we've been doing it. We've vilified each other. We've vilified Bert Nash. We've vilified the Dare Center, Link, Jubilee Cafe, churches, the Lawrence Community Shelter, the commission, and the county commission. And so this is where we are today. And what I've processed this evening is that we have a great educational opportunity ahead of us because we have failed. The city has failed, our community has failed, our social service agencies have failed. We've failed. And this is the turning point. This is the pivot moment. What are we going to do? It's not about being the shiny town on a hill that we thought we were, that we're not. It's not about wearing the progressive sash, because we may be Kansas progressive, but we're not really progressive. So what do? I appreciate and I echo what Commissioner Finkeldye said about the process. And it is a process that is not known to many people. And that when it hits you, when something impacts you, you come and you speak to it. And you speak to it maybe not being fully informed of the process. And that as we go through this process together with our commission and with our community, then we can learn how to make the process better, more efficient, more engaging, more inclusive, more belonging for everyone, for city staff, for social service agencies, for the very community and neighborhood neighbors who are in the community, housed and unhoused. So we've missed the mark on a lot of things collectively, but it's our responsibility as commissioners to make sure we pivot that. And with this project, we can do that. We know that we need a plan. There is an initial plan. We now need to fully develop the plan out. As commissioners, we talk to staff about that. We have many housing resources, but we do need a comprehensive housing study that includes what is going to be our strategies to build affordable housing, moderate income housing, permanent supportive housing. What is our strategies to get us to functional zero? How much does our community know about Built for Zero? How much have we promoted that? What due diligence have we done to talk to our partners? Do we all know and understand the continuum of care in our community? Do we understand the homeless community continuum of care? Do we even know what continuum of care in our community looks like or who's involved in it? So we have a lot to do, and we're trying to do that while our community, while our state deals with a deficiency in a workforce to provide service, and it's in the actual infrastructure. We are in an human infrastructure crisis. We've heard about it as it relates to childcare. It's no different than with behavioral health. It's no different than with teaching, with a lot of pieces that are important to this process. So we're doing that while trying to address a longstanding chronic concern in our community that is complex and it's ugly and no one really wants to deal with it. I get it. I'm not here to make us numb to not in our backyard or NIMBYism, because in some way we have it. It's an unconscious, and some it's a conscious bias. And I get that. But this is the time where we have to start having the conversation about, if not here, where? And to be honest and vulnerable in those conversations and say, we don't want it in residential neighborhoods. That doesn't mean it may or may not happen, but at least that starts to have the conversation and the discourse that needs the conversation through discourse that we need to have to come up with a comparable solution so that we can lift those who do want to get better, who just need that transitional housing, that needs a place, 60 square feet if it is, just to breathe, just to think, just to be out of the element, so that they too can work with someone to build a plan, so that they too can live in Willow Creek or Brook Creek or Pinckney or Owl or Elna or anywhere in this community that they want to live. Rock Chalk Park, anywhere. But there has to be a process, and this is part of it. And it feels like a lot because we haven't done anything prior to this. Not anything impactful. And we're trying to do it now. And it's clunky, and we don't have everybody at the table that we need to have, but we're getting there. And I think what is being presented tonight is an opportunity for us to do something that we, as Lawrencians, brag about being Lawrencians. That makes Lawrence what it is, who we are. That we are the Ballard, that we love being able to be innovative in our work. And that's what we have to do. That's what this project presents to us. So we made a commitment with our strategic plan to look at addressing affordable housing and homelessness. This does it. Are there other parts in place that need to happen? Yes. And that's not going to change, whether it's a special use permit or it's a suspending code. These things can be built in. As commissioners, we can make sure that that happens. But we have to start somewhere. If we don't, then we'll never know where we're going to go. And we'll continue to cycle and cycle and cycle. And who does that hurt? People have a right to choice. And I get that. There will be individuals who are unhoused right now who are excited about this opportunity because it gives them the first step to getting to where you are, where we are, where they are, housed. Regardless of mental health, substance abuse, everyone should have a choice. It's not a them or them. They, us or them. You or I. It's we. We have to start thinking that way, or else we're never going to get to a place where we can start to do this work. It's ugly. It's going to be difficult. We've said that from the beginning. I've said it from the beginning. But we have to start somewhere. This is where we start.
Other comments?
Regardless of where we go with this, how we vote, or where we take this, I am alluding to, what Commissioner Finkeldine and Commissioner Sellers said. As a part of this process going on, we need to answer some fundamental questions for the neighborhood, regarding security, sustainability of the staff, making sure that we have a plan to go ahead and keep them around, the screening vetting process, the final site plan, what is going to be our eventual plan to work with our health and mental health service providers, and honestly, transportation, because even though it is near some transportation lanes and near services, how are those folks going to be able to get around, get to food? What partners are we going to have with them? Extenuating circumstances on that front, and if there's any way we can involve any sort of work service or any sort of reentry programs, which I know that Burt Nash already covers and everything in that regard, but making sure that's in place. So, and then ultimately, if this is because we believe it is, and I know, it's going to be a temporary site. What do we do afterwards? What type of plan? Granted, it doesn't have to be definite, but an outline of what we would want it to look like, and providing that to the neighborhood. So those are things that I've just been mulling around as everybody's been talking. So, and mostly I just, I know we're working on the process, and this is all new to us, and honestly, I'm sorry we're so bad at this right now. But figuring out a space that we can include more people in the process. So, yeah.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I'll say that I don't necessarily agree that we're bad at it. And I don't want staff to think that, and I don't want the community to think that, and I don't want commissioners to think that. We're not bad at it. If you've never done it before, you don't know how to do it. And we are all learning together collectively. And so we're processing. And right now we're kind of surviving, and we're trying to get to thriving. And so I would push back against that we're not doing this bad. Some of us may be leaning into it more than others, but we're not bad at this.
We're not necessarily great at it yet.
But you know what? But we're doing it. And that's what I'm saying. We're doing it. That's better than, we just talked about there's this low bar, and I'm not praising the low bar. Mm-hmm. I would maybe see bright spots. A bright spot is we're doing it. And to say, oh, well, we're not bad at it, but we're not good at it, that's kind of gaslighting the situation. We can do better. We're doing something where we can do better. We can be better.
I think part of this, this is what looks like when you're actually starting to hit something really head on and hard. This whole topic that we've been slowly trying to get to the point where we're actually going to put together a plan that is addressing the situation. We've done it on the peripheral for a few years, and we're starting to get to the heart of it. And so this is what it's messy. Democracy is messy, and this is what this looks like. I did have a question for staff. If this goes through tonight, what's the process from here? What's the plan from here? What comes back to us? How does it get laid out?
I'll start off, and if there's other staff members that want to jump in. So we would finish the contract, we'd execute the contract, we'd have a 30-day window of opportunity to do due diligence on that. But subject to those conditions being met, then we would close on the property within 30 days, roughly. The pallet order could go in, and we heard tonight about 6 weeks before we took delivery. Now, these aren't specifically built for just one site, and I also will throw out also that these are collapsible and reusable. That's something I don't think that came out, but that is something. They are an asset that we would continue to have on this site or other sites in the future. And finally, the zoning application or that we talked about, that would give us the authorization to do that. Now, the other steps that have been talked about tonight are that we would develop we need to find a provider. That would be a contract that we would bring back to you. We'd need to develop the rules with their help, with their expertise, and with community input, and subject matter expert input from the community. We would develop the operating procedures and rules. We would lay it out, give you the specifics, and to whatever degree you want to approve that, you can. We could bring you, big chunks or the main decisions for you to look at. We could just display it for you and take public input, or you could make a decision on the totality of any of these the detailed operating plans, which isn't what you usually do, but we can do whatever level you'd like.
So what would the engagement look like with the neighborhood if this were to go through tonight?
It obviously will need to be robust and be deliberative. Now, we are, obviously in a time frame that we've spelled out where we'd like to have these prepared for to serve people in the heat of the summer. So we have a time frame that's kind of known, or a targeted time frame we have known. We would start reaching out, talk with the people that obviously have participated tonight and have said they want to participate. There's leadership in place in these, which is an advantage, that we already have a mechanism to work with specific stakeholders there. And I think there are other stakeholders in the community that will want to be involved in that, so we can certainly, and we will open that up. There's been this allusion to some working groups of social service agencies and other stakeholders in the community. That already exists. That has been meeting informally. We would formalize that and want to have their engagement. As we've kept saying, and it didn't really get talked about tonight, we're in the emergency sheltering part of the spectrum. We're not in the social services delivery part of the spectrum. We are reliant upon other established partners in the community who have that expertise, who have those resources to do that work. That is always part of our plan. So we would definitely love to make sure that there's a strong relationship and handoff and relationship in development of anything that we do there, so that we're getting the maximum value for the people that may be using the village facilities there. So there's a lot of stakeholders that are going to be not just brought in on the planning and the development side, but there will be an ongoing relationship and in the governance, including lived experience. There are some efforts to do that through our county partners to build those kind of governance and input models, in addition to the input that we've received through the various studies that have been done with the city and county and other partners that did receive input from those with lived experience. So we will continue to tap those resources.
Okay, thank you. What would happen if this doesn't pass tonight? Where would we go from here?
I think it would be two ways I can imagine. There may be more. One is that this would be a rejection of this site, and we would be still looking. And you have a better sense than the public does of how difficult it has been to find an appropriate site that not only works, but is also available, that's also for sale and we could acquire. Let alone all the other things that we would like to have to help support this site and make it successful. So we would be back to that drawing board, we'd learn obviously from this input, but that would be a challenge that we had not been able to do on any other sites, as you're aware of.
Are we still in the process of looking for other sites if there's going to be further growth of this?
We are. I think going back to some of the conversations in the strategic plan, and if we go back to the report that I gave a few months ago in the city manager's report, it talked not only about this is the piece and the role that the city is stepping in to play, while the county and other providers are doing other important pieces that are interdependent on this. We are hope in our plan and Built for Zero model and what we've invested in and the theory of change that we've adopted is that this should be a small number is required for a short time until we build the capacity of permanent affordable housing, which this community is deeply investing in. Not only the city and through our efforts with our housing through our housing authority, through our other partners, tenants to homeowners, through the grant applications that we've made, through the state and federal dollars that have been applied to building these. We're talking about 850 units, as you all well know. But we've talked about it at these meetings. There's 850 units that we expect to have affordable housing units in this community in 3 to 5 years. That's a massive amount that we don't have now. That is the race. And so to say that we're going to expand this temporary intervention that's giving people an option besides being in a tent in this period of time, we don't want to have to be in this space for very long. We want to be in it as few months as possible. And so I don't imagine that we would want to identify multiple sites. We may. We've talked about that if that's where it goes. But I think our vision, and I say our collective vision, because there's a lot of meetings and a lot of strategic planning work has been put into this, is that we eliminate chronic homelessness here in our community by providing a good supply of diverse housing options that are affordable for everybody.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this or ideas or how we want to move forward?
Well, you've heard two commissioners. Mayor, what are your thoughts?
Well, I do think I brought it up. We are definitely hitting this situation on the head, that's for sure. And I can't disagree with comments made by either Commissioner, yourself, as well as Commissioner Finkeldye. And it's and it does go back to if not now, when? If not here, where? And we and staff has spent I know it put a lot of time into trying to find locations and vetted locations and for whatever reasons whatever reasons, some of them haven't worked out, and we're at this one right now. But I do think that we've got to make a decision to start moving forward on this, and the location of it. I'm not sure where the perfect location is for any of this. I just don't. But we've got to have it. We've got to start doing it somewhere. And if this is the location that's chosen, and I think we need to move forward with a plan. And the process, it is clunky. And I think it's a good analogy of the chicken and the egg. There's so much we've got to do before we can bring it forward for further discussion. We've got to have some concrete plan, some concrete information in hand, such as a contract. We couldn't really discuss that until we had a contract. So that's part of it. And so we're here now. We're having that discussion. We're going to continue to have more discussions about it. But we've got to start somewhere. And we've just got to, I believe that we do need to get one of the pallet villages in place. I like the pallet village concept from everything that I've read, and so I'm ready to move forward on the pallet village as a whole. I think we do.
Well, if we're talking about decisions, I'll just go ahead and come out with mine and where I'm at on this. So first of all, I want to thank Pinckney and the Wood Creek for inviting us. I really appreciate it. A lot of difficult discussions. So, And I really think this is really a good project, as all of my fellow commissioners have said. I think it has a lot of potential, and it gets us started on the pathway down to, or up, to finding those throughways for folks who are houseless to permanent housing. One of those steps. And in any other case, I probably would support this, but I probably won't. I won't support it now, just because being from Pinckney and was the Pinckney president when Woody Park went in, and then treatment center, and now this one, and of course North Lawrence, and with the campsite there. It just seems like a lot of this has been tilted towards North Lawrence, Pinckney, Brook Creek, and East Lawrence. So I know I've had discussions earlier with various folks about that, and how that has bothered me. And even though this is a good project in itself, I'm hoping that my no vote in no way diminishes the project, but will at least call attention to the fact that we need to start looking for other places in the future to go ahead and put these projects. We need to go ahead and start looking for other partners to work with on these projects. And I'm issuing a challenge to anybody in the community. We need help. So if you can help us, please do.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I appreciate your candid thoughts and sharing your concern. I will ask, since three different agenda items, are you stating that you're not in support of agenda item 1, but you are potentially in support, you're against agenda items 1 and 3, but potentially in support of agenda item 2?
Yeah. If agenda item 1 goes through, and then I know we need the pallet vote, which is the structures themselves. So yes, I would be in support of it.
Okay.
I'm happy to make a motion if everyone's ready to carry on.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's start with number 1. I'd like to move to approve the contract to purchase 256 North Michigan Street in Lawrence, Kansas, and authorize the city manager or designee to take all necessary steps to complete and purchase, including paying the sellers the sum of $725,000 and the city share the closing expenses as set forth in the contract.
Second.
I got a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Did you vote, Commissioner? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear your vote. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it passes 4-1. Okay, item number 2.
I move that we authorize the waiver of the bidding requirement in the purchasing policy and authorize the city manager to execute the purchasing contract with Pallet Shelters for the Shelter Village project, which includes the cabin units, installation, and delivery.
Second.
Got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Item number 3.
I move that we adopt resolution number 7470, temporarily suspending enforcement of the Land Development Code, International Building Code, and International Fire Code, ending on March 31st, 2024, to allow for temporary shelter at 256 North Michigan.
Second.
I got a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Thank you, everybody, for your time and comments. Doing a little break. Let's take a 5-minute break. Is that good?
That works.
Moving on to items 4 and 5. These separate items are on the same property, so I'd like to do it the same way as have staff present the entire project to us, and then we'll consider the items separately.
Sandy, oh, there she is. Sandy, you there?
I think it's Sandy. Yep.
Mute.
Thank you. I couldn't hear anything for a moment, so I wasn't sure what was happening. Sandy Day, planning.
Okay, Sandy,
Yes.
real quick, I don't know if you heard, but we're going to do both items 4 and 5 together so you can present your entire project, and then we'll vote on them separately.
Thank you. Sandy Day, planning. I'm going to share my screen. Maybe. Can you see the PowerPoint?
No, we cannot.
Okay.
Just a blue screen.
Okay. Try this again. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulty there. The items 4 and 5 are related. The first one is the annexation of 85 acres, along with a concurrent request for rezoning that includes 85 acres of the RS5 zoning for detached residential development, along with what was originally submitted as 7.8 acres for RS5 with it should be FP overlay district for the floodplain. So that is the 3 items that you will be acting on tonight. This slide highlights the 3 properties. The smaller the floodplain comes across is zoned AG2, which is a rural residential zoning district, and the other 2 parts that make up this request are zoned AG1. An agricultural zoning request. The property is located just to the east of K2 terminates. The property is kind of sandwiched between the Rock Chalk Park and a future park property. It is predominantly rural residential in the area. There is a substation for every kind of to the west of the property on the west side of 902 Road. And then the Rock Chalk Park and Sports Pavilion improvements are located further to the south of the project. This slide really highlights where the existing kind of services are with relationship to this property, particularly as it relates to access and streets. 902 Road is a rural road that would require improvement for the development of the property. And then ultimately extension further to the north where it would intersect at some point with 1750 Road. Those will be without this connection. This property only has one way in and out. The southern tip of the property as access goes to the property. The subject property is within the growth area of the city of Lawrence in Tier 2. One of the requirements is a review of the community benefit, and that may or may not be part of your discussion this evening. That is certainly a component that the Planning Commission has struggled with. This is language directly out of Plan 2040. It is also repeated in your staff report. allows for consideration of many different things to be considered toward that community benefit, depending on what the situation is in the community at the time. These were some of the provisions the applicant is bringing online market rate single family housing. So the idea or the concept that we have such a lack of housing that just getting housing into the market would be a community benefit. There is quite a bit of green space that abuts the property, so that does give certainly smaller lots an opportunity to have direct access to public open spaces and natural areas. And then it also talks about where the requirement situates itself to requirements for protection of environmentally sensitive areas. Be seeing with a future application through the subdivision. The applicant has not submitted that kind of application at this time. They're really asking for the question, is this the right time? By annexing, they will be able to answer some of those questions and move forward with their planning that would need to be provided before they could submit any additional applications for this property. Some of the sensitive lands that we talk about, there are some type 2 soils which are highlighted here. This is actively agricultural land, along with that is located across that low point of this property. That's where we have sanitary sewer. That's where the multi-use path connects through this area as well. The overall property is being proposed for, as I said, that RS5 zoning district. So it would have a uniform zoning all the way across the property, with a small portion of that area kind of outlined in this purple area. That would be the overlay district that goes with that property. The property is contiguous to the city limits, and that is a consideration in the comprehensive plan. This is a voluntary annexation request. So the city is not required to immediately provide services. As if the city were annexing, then that would be a different scope of services that need to be provided. This is voluntary, and so there is that ability to work through those planning of that utility requirement. Only a portion of the property is located in an area that has an area plan, and that is the K10 and Farmers Turnpike plan. We considered a revision last year. I don't have the date in front of me at the moment, and that changed this portion of the plan to go from office residential to being medium density residential. The area plans do not cover this area of between the existing city limits and where the boundary of the K10 and Farmers Turnpike plan is. Future applications for this property would include subdivision, public improvement plans, site plans, or building permits that would be applicable for residential development. If there were a church or some other kind of community use, then those would be subject to site planning. This is the criteria for the annexation review: conformance with the comprehensive plan and the growth boundary and the community benefit components of the analysis, compliance with adopted plans, character of the neighborhood. This area is definitely rural residential today. The property has long been in the city's growth boundaries in one form or another. Plan 2040, Horizon 2020, Plan 95, going backwards. Infrastructure plans for the area, water, sanitary, sewer, streets, fire protection, all of those components will need to be assessed and evaluated through the subdivision process, and that is also a discussion somewhat for the consideration of the City Commission this evening with the annexation, because there are some implications for public improvement planning for this area based on what the city's adopted utility plans are. Alignment with the strategic plan, which we addressed in the staff report, and the recommendations of city staff. Staff did recommend approval of the annexation. The Planning Commission actually forwarded this item to you with a recommendation for denial, and that vote was 5-4. And so I think that really expresses the difficulty of trying to weigh this application, perhaps one of timing. Are we ready? Have we done enough infill? What are those impacts to the city? So that those were some of the components of the discussion of the Planning Commission. We did provide just a quick summary of the golden criteria for the Planning Commission in their analysis. That's also reflected in the staff report. Staff's recommendation for that zoning was also for approval as an appropriate land use for the property if and when it is annexed. The Planning Commission also recommended denial of this on the RS5 zoning. On the floodplain, I think they struggled a little bit more. Not sure I have a good sense of exactly why this vote was a little bit different. They did struggle with the idea of having recommended a denial of the annexation. Where should they be recommending for zoning if they've recommended for denial of the annexation? So there are floodplain protections that are required. When the property is platted, they will have to provide an additional area of floodproofing or flood protection that is reflected in the zoning, and then it would also be reflected in the subdivision plat if and when that comes forward. I don't have anything else to add. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm going to try and stop sharing here. It'll take me just a minute to grab the right screen. I apologize.
I got you, Sandy.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, you finished, Sandy?
I am finished, yes.
Okay. Bring it back up here. Questions?
I'm sorry, Sandy. I'm not sure if I missed it. Somewhere down the line as well, where there'll be a traffic study as well.
Sorry, I'm not sure at what point, but Sandy, sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to make sure that we're disclosing ex parte.
Oh yeah.
Matt.
All right. Yeah. Probably should.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry.
No.
So let's start with ex parte. You want to start on that end, Commissioner Finkel?
I've had none.
I have talked to a resident out in the county, Ms. Struve.
Okay. I have none. None. Okay. We got it, Sherry? All right, questions.
Okay, thank you.
You remember?
Traffic study. I know.
I did recall that.
Yeah. Brought up 1750 Road and how it's dirt road. And the expected traffic from one of the exits from, granted, I know it's a super duper preliminary plat, but I was just curious about it.
Sandy Day planning, yes. As part of an application that would come forward, the next step for the applicant would be, and that is assuming all of this is approved, would be the submission of the preliminary plat. They would be required to provide a full traffic study. We would want to have a conversation with the applicant as a pre-submittal meeting to talk about the scope of that traffic study. It may need to be expanded a little bit further than we would typically. So yes, a traffic study would be required, as well as downstream sanitary sewer analysis, drainage study. So the full complement of required studies would have to be submitted to the city for review and evaluation of any kind of future application.
Other questions? I've got a question on the RS5 designation. Is that something that they would be held to if this gets annexed? Would they be required to hold to that RS5 throughout the process?
Sandy Day planning. I'm not sure I understand the full scope of your question. The answer as I understand it right now, yes. Now, if they wanted to come forward and request rezoning, or property, say for larger lot or smaller lot, they would have to go back through the process.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that would come back through the planning as well.
absolutely.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Is it, more questions? Yeah. Any more questions? Do we have the applicant here? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm David Hamby with BG Consultants representing the applicant, and I appreciated staff's work on this. We've been through this a few times, and so as this comes before you, we have staff recommendation on the annexation and rezoning. And I'm not going to make a long presentation. Sandy did a good job of covering the majority of the items there. So I just want to be available to answer questions and then respond to any kind of comments that may come up tonight. But I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Okay, public comment on this item.
Good evening. My name is Ron Gacious, and I live in the western suburbs of Lawrence. First of all, I want to congratulate you and thank you for the actions you've taken in recent months to help make possible the 850 units of affordable housing that we have in the pipeline now for the next 3 to 5 years. That is a momentous effort. It's been a heavy lift. We've had probably a once-in-a-generation, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to direct some federal funds to address this high-priority need for our community, and I think the City Commission and the County Commission have both done an excellent job of prioritizing that need and acting on it. I'm here today in support of the request of this applicant. I have no personal stake in this project. The only piece of property I own in Douglas County is my home. I think we've done a great job in stepping up and addressing our affordable housing needs. You've taken some courageous steps tonight to address our homeless needs. The part of our housing marketplace that is struggling still is the market priced, the fair market priced portion of the housing marketplace. And, you know, I'm just kind of dumbfounded by the actions of our Planning Commission. I think they are ignoring the very plain language of Plan 2040. You know, the joke behind the scenes of the folks that I visit with is that being part of the Planning Commission means that you're planning to vote no. I mean, I was part of AHAB, as you know, for 5 years. And I came and testified against this very same applicant a couple of years ago. And I bemoaned the fact that they weren't carving out any of their lots for any of our affordable housing not-for-profits. And I've watched project after project come through the last 2 or 3 years, and none of the private sector developers have carved out lots for the affordable housing not-for-profits. And none of those projects of any size have really moved forward until just most recently, last week. I don't know that I'm a housing expert, but I've got 5 years of experience studying this marketplace very closely. We absolutely need more market-priced homes. We need more market-priced homes on more small lots. RS5 lots would be amongst the smallest lots in our community.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Other public comment on this item?
Good evening. My name is Kristen Eldridge. I live in the center of Lawrence.
And I too do not have any stake in this except for a strong desire for increased housing and affordable housing. As with most things that we've heard recently, this annexation is the first step in the subsequent process of developing this into 300 plus homes. I know there was some question about community benefit, and that is something that can be ambiguous, and I know that is addressed through our code revisions. However, the 300 plus single-family homes is a benefit in and of itself in beginning to address the crisis that we currently have. One of the best ways to get to affordable housing is to have more housing and all kinds of price points, all kinds of areas, fair market value, low end, high end, all of it. We are working really hard to have people move here, start businesses here, bring their businesses, expand their businesses, and we need places for people to live. This is a community benefit. I know the plan will be fleshed out as it continues to come before you, and in that, you will have an opportunity to see how the floodplain is addressed, the traffic, the drainage, etc. We've heard recently, if not here, where, and we have talked also recently about there's a recognition for the need for more housing and infill projects and the preference to go west and southeast, and this is an opportunity to go west. Please consider the annexation of this property for future development.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item from the audience? If not, we'll go to Zoom.
Carol Hayden.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
My name is Carol Hayden. I live off of 1750 Road, I guess directly north of the Future Park, which is gorgeous property. Anyways, I am here. I know that you guys have heard for the annexation. I understand most likely it will be annexed. I realize that Lawrence has to, expand. We need the housing. My biggest concern is Baldwin Creek. That is a watershed. You guys, we really need to make sure that's protected. I've been here for 20 years, and we've already been impacted by Rock Chalk Park, by LMH being built over there. They said that they were going to build, I don't remember what they're called, but to keep the water from draining to Baldwin Creek, and it hasn't helped. Baldwin Creek on these big rains, floods. All the 1750 Road, I've talked to neighbors, especially those newer houses, that Baldwin Creek has actually. There's going to have to be some major thinking and planning in order for this not to happen. Another thing is, you need that access of 902 Road to 1750 Road. Kenwaka Township, I'm assuming that you're going to have them continue to keep that in peak condition for emergency vehicles, because that's why you have that 902 Road. And quite honestly, I don't know that they can afford to keep that road up. I mean, are you going to make, is the city going to come out into the country and fix these roads? Because 750 Road has always been a concern, especially with the watershed so very close to it. It's just, it really you guys really, really, really need to do a lot of planning before you say, yes, let's do this. I just don't like making 300 homes over, just that is really gonna help. I mean, that is very, very important. It is a huge issue. And then, affordable housing, this is what Perry LaCompton, school district, that's to think about. I mean, the housing, but your street.
Much, Carol. Other on Zoom.
There's no more comments, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. I did have one more question, and I meant to ask this earlier. I noticed on item number 2 on the community benefit that the applicant spoke of, they've indicated they're going to, provide 10 acres of green space that abuts the Lawrence Loop. And they say that it represents greater than 20%, it exceeds the 20% requirement by code. How does that math work? If there's 85 acres.
So the 20% is of the environmentally sensitive areas. So by code, 20% of that environmentally sensitive area has to be set aside.
And so we're exceeding that 20% of the environmentally sensitive areas.
Okay, that's how that. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
One more quick question, and I'm not sure who would be able to answer it. Probably not Sandy, but it might be the conferee. So in the application, it states 300 plus market rate. Knowing what we know about the average, the median household income and the average household income in Lawrence, does that put the price point for these market rate homes at a rate that's competitive, that's going to drive folks to it? I understand how housing stock works, but I just want to make sure we're not building market rate that is not at a price point that folks locally can't afford. I know I want to bring people here, but I also want to make sure we have housing choice for those within our community as well at a market rate.
Correct. So there's a lot of factors that associate with that. So as you look at this piece of property, there's a lot of infrastructure involved with getting this property developed. So there's roads that get to it. The fire department needs a second access. The MSO department wants a second fire access for water lines. So it's hard to define a cost today because I don't know all the costs and all the implications of, building a lift station that pumps back into the interceptor sewer that's there. So, but to answer your question, there's been a lot of talk about the RS5. The goal is to keep these lots as small as possible within putting a house on them. So, 5,000 to 5,500 square feet. Okay. Understanding that the more lots that are there spreads out that cost per lot. So that makes all the infrastructure cost less for each lot. And that's if you get more density, that brings the cost down. Right. So I don't have a set answer for the cost. The house is going to cost this amount because we all know what supply chain and inflation and everything else does. But the goal is to make this as dense as possible within the zoning code and within reasonable factors. And that will help spread out the cost and keep it down as low as the owner can get it that way.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I did have one more question. Since there's some sensitive lands, they got tier 2 soils in here, will there be an environmental audit conducted, or is that part of that process?
So the preliminary plat requires us to look at the environmentally sensitive areas, and that generally involves stands of trees, floodplain. I don't know how much of that is left. There's a pipeline that runs through the property, and that was hit a few years ago, and so a lot of that soil was contaminated and removed. Oh. So I don't know how much of that's still in good shape. Ultimately, the type 2 soils are that's not being used for farming anymore, and I don't think it's actively being used for any kind of agricultural use right now. It's just open fields. So, but that's not part of the preliminary plat requirements.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. That's all I got. Any thoughts?
I'm ready to grandstand since you all got to grandstand last time.
Go for it.
You got something?
Nope.
Okay, so with this annexation, which I'll just keep the suspense low, I support, and the annexation that we saw last week, I was reminded of the marshmallow test that they gave children famously one marshmallow and said, if you hang out long enough, I'll give you 2 marshmallows. And this is the second marshmallow that I've been waiting for. And I'm a little sad that we didn't see it before now. And while I understand, maybe wanting it to be higher than RS5, it's very clear to me that Mr. Hamby understands and has made clear several times, even at planning, that more lots will serve them better, and ultimately I will expect, I feel a high degree of density, and that it's going to deliver us a lot of what we need. And I as much as I appreciate all of the comments that were at planning, and particularly from the neighbors about wildlife, I also see that there's a riparian area. We could talk about if we're going to rezone that or not. It could very well present itself as an opportunity to be a wildlife corridor or recreationalized, or something that does become a larger benefit, but we're not that far in the process. But just saying it out loud and making sure that the engineers understand that these are expectations we've been having and hoping for a long time, I would hope would encourage them to be creative in their thinking about that. So that, there is a recognition of all the wildlife. The neighbors were very passionate about their surroundings, and that's completely understandable. And those things actually do deliver a benefit, I believe. So I would only encourage that. If you want me to tell you how I think this meets all the criteria, I can, but it seems like a waste of time. It's contiguous, it's tier 2. Yeah, it's almost 3 marshmallows for me, so I support this.
Thank you.
I would just add a couple things to that. One, I agree, it's tier 2 in Plan 2040. I do think that, as we said before and say again, that housing is a community benefit, so I think it meets that test. In our strategic plan, we have goals like how many houses are within a half a mile of a park. Well, that's 300 of them in this one. How many houses are within a half a mile of a recreational path? We got that. And so I think it meets a lot of our strategic plan as well as Plan 2040. Last thing I would say is RS5. Certainly appreciate that. Certainly appreciate the density. And, with all the infrastructure, by the time we get there, we actually build those, we probably will have the new development code. And who knows what it might say about density within RS5. There could be even a lot more density allowed in RS5 at the time we get there. We'll see how that comes to be. But I certainly support this and the rezoning.
I would add one more thing, sorry. Since someone started to mention it, one of our commenters, when this was coming through before and then it didn't come all the way to us, again, I probably would have supported it then. Indeed, that is in the Lecompton School District. Since then, the landscape has changed, and in theory, those people, if they would like to enroll their children in the Lawrence School District, would have that opportunity, and that, in fact, might end up being a huge benefit.
Mm-hmm. Is that your third marshmallow?
Again, waiting for that marshmallow.
I hadn't thought of that. That's a change coming.
I knew
That's
it was
true.
I didn't want to beat you to the point.
I can support the RS5. I like the RS5 lots very much. I think that definitely bodes to what we're trying to work towards with Plan 2040. Would love to see some mixed use, but that's not what we have here in front of us right now. And then the other, I can support both of the first 2 actions. The third one, where you're wanting to rezone to the floodplain to RS5 FP, I cannot support that because I just don't believe it's appropriate to build in floodplain. But the other, I'm fine with. Any other thoughts on this? Nope.
I guess the RS5 floodplain overlay,
Yeah.
Sandy, what's the restrictions in that, with that overlay?
So the overlay is a requirement of the code that says anytime you have
Land area that is encumbered by the regulatory flood, it must be zoned with the FP overlay district. That's the overlay piece of it. The portion of the property, and I can't remember off the top of my head, there's a little piece of it that is floodway. Can't build in that, period. There's some piece of it that is also the fringe area. While you can build in some of that, we have the multi-use path going through there. We have the sanitary sewer going through there. It's very close to where the that stand of mature trees is. So it doesn't necessarily make it permissible to build. I suppose an option would be to hold off on that piece and rezone it OS, open space. I don't know exactly how that would all look. It can be set out as a tract in the plat so that it could not be built upon. So there's a number of different ways to protect a particular area within a property through zoning, through platting. So I don't know if that helped.
It does help. And to be clear, we can't leave it AG2. We have to rezone it to something.
Yes, upon annexation, it does need to have an appropriate city zoning.
And so, I certainly agree. We want to, as part of this whole process, we'll see what's going to be built there, if anything, and it could be nothing. And so, with the floodplain overlay, I'll go ahead and support that. I see what you're saying, and I think everyone wants to watch that, but we have to rezone it to something. And I think that's as good as any at this point.
Okay. The applicant had just wanted to say something real quick.
The floodplain is in the lower, I guess, southeast corner.
Right.
It was part of that 10 acres that we talked about turning over in some way. So there's no intent to build on that. It's just a requirement, as Sandy said, to rezone it to that.
Got it.
Mayor, I just want to make a clarification point. I think you're going to need a supermajority to approve on the zoning.
On all three. Okay.
Not on the annexation.
Not on the annexation.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that was clear to
See where everybody else is with that last action item.
I'm okay with it. It's part of that 10 acres. I don't permit it.
Other commissioners?
Okay.
Okay.
Make a motion. I move to, item 4, approve annexing A22-00432, approximately 85 acres, located on the east of Highway 10 and south of North 1750 Road, based upon the findings presented in the staff report, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 9977.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. On to the second action item.
I would approve the request to rezone Z22-00433, approximately 85 acres located east of Highway 10 and south of North 1750 Road, from AG1 District and AG2 District to RS5 District, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 9978 based on the findings presented in the staff report.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. And our last action item?
I'd move to approve the request to rezone Z22-00434, approximately 0.78 acres, from AG2 to RS5 FP District.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, I think you maybe needed to refresh. It is actually 1.1 acres.
Yeah.
I know it's showing up on here in ours, but I know there was an issue earlier with the typo on yours.
Okay.
I did not.
Just need to say it's 1.1 acres.
Okay. Approve the request to rezone Z22-00434, approximately 1.1 acres, from AG2 District to RS5 FP District, and adopt on first reading ordinance number 9979 based on the findings presented in the staff report.
Second.
First and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Passes 4-1. That's it.
Thank you.
We are done with the regular agenda. We're on to commission.
5 minutes enough?
Yes.
Come on, Craig, can you do it?
Commission items. Anything? On the city manager's report?
Sherry just reminded you of your disclosures, substantial interest
Oh, yeah.
item, an annual thing, and utility billing report is on there, and then future agenda items if there's any comments or questions.
I had a question about the future agenda items. One, I know it kind of dropped off. I know in the February 7th meeting under April, we had the continuum of care discussion, or at least it was just planted there and then it kind of disappeared. I was just wanting to know, where did it go?
And I thought we provided an answer to that earlier. That is going to be part of the presentation on the 4th. That's the,
Strong
give
welcome.
me the title.
Strong welcoming neighborhoods.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, here, I'll get it. Sorry about that.
Housing and homeless draft strategy.
Yes.
Strategic
Oh,
plan.
right.
That will be
Yes.
included in that.
Okay.
We'll have our partners here talking about that too, right? Right. Got it.
And two, we've had on TBD for a while, not city county agreements, what? No, where'd it go? Oh, I probably should have been up under commission items, but I thought we had under TBD, here we do, Joint City USD 497 meeting. I didn't know where we've made headway with that, Mayor.
We have, I'm actually having a meeting later this week with Shannon and Patrick, and we're going to discuss potential topics or issues that they're concerned about, and then we'll look at getting something on the calendar.
Okay. Be good if we can get a city county one on the calendar.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have joint, just city, county, and then somewhere at the school district.
So I know we discussed
2 meetings.
not making those annual, but maybe exploring more frequency in those discussions, but good that we're
That's
moving
part of
headway
it.
on it, so thank you.
Okay, anything else on the city manager's report? If not, on the calendar items?
I think it's a public comment item.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, public comment. Public comment on the city manager's report. How about on Zoom?
Nope.
Nope, okay, bring it back up here. So now we can go on to commission calendar. It looks like we're getting ready to go to the National League of the Cities starting Friday.
Yep.
Okay,
Some of us.
some of us, yeah. Okay,
Safe travels.
yes, that's it. Anything else on the calendar? Nope, if not.
Move to adjourn.
Again.
Got a first and a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes.
Have a good night.
We're done, 5-0. Man, 10:59.